good evening. Happy Friday. It is October 4th, 2024. Hello, everybody. How we doing? How was your week? How are things going? Glad to see you guys here piling in. Let's see, 8:32 this evening. So I have to say, getting better about the whole being on time. We're going to keep this thing a commitment going forward. So that's just what we're going to do. I hope you all had a wonderful week. And I hope that you're all gearing up for the celebration of Halloween, even though the stores have Christmas stuff in them already. I don't understand. It's October 4th, but we're still having Christmas stuff already. Well, that's logic that I will not comprehend this evening. I can guarantee you that. In either event, happy Friday. How you guys doing? Where are you tuning in from? And are you having cocktails this evening, or are we just going with like iced tea and water? Because it was that kind of week. I don't know. Well, guess we'll have to see what's going on. Mischief's keeping me on schedule, kind of. Although the dog, Leo, is upstairs in his crate. So we'll see how long Leo lasts with me talking downstairs. He's going to be like, Daddy, I hear you. Oh, it's going to be that kind of day. I can guarantee it. On time again, I'm confused. No, it is confusing. I'm going to get better at this. I promise you. Just water for SoCo Judy. Southeast Michigan. Sherry is tuning in from Michigan. Root beer from Nanner, chocolate cake. That is always enjoyable, regardless of where you are. Got Arkansas, Irish coffee, Chinese food and dinner. Jenny, happy birthday to you. Cheers to you on your birthday. Yes, a live stream on your birthday. Happy birthday indeed. Water from Iowa. Late dinner, lots of gifts tonight. Gifted memberships are pouring in. They are. Lemonade was in Connecticut. Milk in Minnesota. I have a question. Wait, Punk Banana, no. Rob on time again. What does Mr. Banner do to you? Blink twice if you need help. I don't know if I need help. I don't think I need help. I think it's a good thing. We're going to keep this trend going. Dr. Pepper, water. Mischief's tuning in. Say happy Friday. Happy Friday indeed, dear. Let's see. Sweet tea in South Carolina. That actually reminds me. So for those of you in the continental United States, rather large hurricane event transpired and did exceedingly large amounts of damage to the western part of North Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee. Absolutely devastating. As someone, I went to NC State for undergrad and spent a good amount of time in Asheville and Boone, and I cannot imagine what is going on or in that region right now. No power, no transportation, no way of getting in or out. And just from what I've seen, it's been just absolutely horrible. So if you have a moment, give some thoughts, some prayers for those that are in North Carolina and the surrounding areas who are getting through this. If you do, I don't have a charity to recommend. Honestly, I haven't done enough research to know whether one is trusted or not. And I always am very cautious around this time when you talk about natural disasters and where to give and donate. But if you find some place you trust, please do what you can. There's a whole lot of people in a whole lot of need. So my heart goes out to a lot of people that are struggling right now. So Diet Pepsi, water in Manitoba. We're going to try and keep things fun. Ohio. It's October 5th at 10:34 a.m. Well, where you are, yes, that makes sense. It's Canadian Thanksgiving next week. Wow. South Carolina reporting in more water. Everyone's drinking water. Everyone's hydrating. Good. Very good. Very good. We are hydrating because we've got some shenanigans to talk about today. And I've got some very curious. I've had questions about some of the Sarah Boone stuff. And I want to go back and watch some of the interviews before we get into, or watch some of the interview before we get into the motion to suppress the interview. We'll go ahead and do that. I am going to draw some attention to one of my moderators. So Sandy, it was Sandy's birthday this past week. Apparently, it's her Ponard's birthday. So happy birthday indeed, Jessica Lynn. Thanks for becoming a member, much appreciated. Got Dublin, Ireland. We've got some peanut butter whiskey, all kinds of stuff going on. Delaware, Idaho. I got to catch up so I can get to one of these water, New Jersey, water in Colorado. My gosh. Phoenix, Arizona, Georgia. I love seeing where all you guys are tuning in from. Jacksonville. That is phenomenal. Colorado. A lot of Aussies in the chat. Where's Ian? Ian is probably eating hot sauce or shipping hot sauce. I know that he I think he has like 6 bottles left to go through for all of his hot sauce. For those of you guys who partook in the hot sauce purchase, and I greatly appreciate all you did there because he needs encouragement for that. It is so good. It's also really hot. It's not that bad, but it's really hot. I know I just contradicted myself, but that happens sometimes. Let's see. Liz McFall cleaning the craft layer in Craft Shack tonight. That's a phenomenal idea. I can't show you what's happening around this room at all because behind the monitor that you're looking at right now, or behind the monitor I'm looking at right now, is a pile that, I mean, some of those things I would consider boxes. Some of them are half open boxes. There's packing paper torn out of some of them. And then there's just junk, like a lot of it, just on top of the pile. So we're going to try and tackle that this weekend. But, you know, the weekend is the only time I ever have to do anything. So we shall see what happens. Phoenix, strawberry cream soda, Dr. Pepper in Indiana. Okay. It's a very particular beverage. All right. The girl with the animals. Hey, Robin chat. Hey, the girl with the animals. Now, when you say the animals, oh, well, there's a little dragon. Is it snake? They see a dog and a cat in the photo. Ginger beer, Massachusetts. All kinds of things going on. Lots of prayers for people in North Carolina. So many people that have lost. Kathy Brewer, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday indeed. I hope you have a wonderful birthday and a great birthday weekend. Take the time to celebrate all of the well wishes. And then look at this, Book Dragon Jen. Happy birthday yesterday. Happy birthday. A lot of birthdays. That's wonderful news, Diane, that your son had North Carolina had power restored today. Great, great news. Let's see. Catching up. Got to catch up. Catherine Frazier, thanks for becoming a member. Much appreciated. A lot of people wishing people birthday, happiness, all of the above. All righty. I think we're just about caught up. There's Sandy tuning in to say thank you for the birthday wishes. Happy birthday, Sandy. Thank you, and thank all the mods for all they do to keep the channel afloat and keep me in check and keep the chat productive, on time, and happy. Kate had no power for 5 days, but so many of my favorite North Carolina places took a big hit. My gosh. Yeah, it's a whole lot of things that you just never anticipate coming your way. So, Jillian Whelan, Halloween is Irish. So if we're talking Halloween, Rob, Dublin, Ireland here reporting in. Also, can you check with Ian to see if the Lego arrived okay? I'm going to send him a note now so I don't forget. Jillian is asking if the Lego arrived. Just writing so I don't forget later. All right. So a couple things wanted to go through. I had a great end of the week, phenomenal end of the week in court. Very happy. Client was very happy, had emotion. Client was very nervous, walked in. When I say nervous, I mean, some clients it's high stress. So the client is looking at me and, the two parties are way far apart in what they're thinking is going to happen. The client looks at me and says, what does your gut tell you? And I said, my gut tells me that it's going to be blank. Go through the entire motions argument back and forth. And the judge in this particular case loves to, we're going to say, give the parties a talking to. You guys should compromise. I'll decide if I need to for a long time, which can make my client feel really nervous. And then the judge says the answer that I'm going to say, and here's the ruling. And the ruling is blank, which happened to be the exact thing that I had predicted to my client, which wasn't what she was asking for, but it was a lot closer to what she was asking for than what she would have otherwise anticipated. So I tell you what, when you set expectations, reasonable expectations, and when the judge comes down and just right on the money, it makes your day a whole lot better, and it makes that client feel a whole lot more confident. So that was a good day in court. Definitely a good day. And you guys know I'm a big fan of these weird random polls. I've been accused wrongfully of swaying the chat in one direction or the other on some of the polls that I post. Because you know that a lot of the polls that I post come from controversy that exists inside of my own household. Yes, it is true. There is controversy inside this household from time to time. Now, this week, well, it's been an ongoing theme that, well, I don't know, and I can't really stack the deck here. But the question that I'm going to pose to all of you now, maybe this is going to be isolated to people in the United States. I'm not sure. I have no clue. So we're going to go ahead and ask everybody, what is your preferred mac and cheese? Is it Kraft or is it Velveeta? Now, there's a right answer to this. I don't know which one it is, but there's a right answer to this. So I'm trusting that we're going to get this answer correctly. So I'm going to let that go for a little while because, and you know what? I need to take that back. I got to take that. We can do Annie's. Hang on. Stop. I got to, no. We're going to take it back because there's more than that, right? So there's, what's your favorite mac and cheese? And is it, we'll do Kraft, we'll do Velveeta, we'll do, oh yeah, Kraft is spelled with a K. I'm not a smart person. And we'll do Annie's. And we're going to do that. Now, we're limiting this to the box variety. You have to vote box variety. You cannot vote non-box variety. That's what we're doing. It has to be box variety. And I said there's a correct answer to this. Because this is the thing. Like every now and then you have a certain comfort food that you just need to ingest. And mine happens to be a variety of mac and cheese. So we're gonna just put it to the chat as to whether there's a correct or incorrect one. And I just use the three most popular that I can think of. And I like this. I see people in the chat are doing modifications. So you got blue box, we've got toss-ups. We've got now Amanda Stillman is popping in here. I understand that people very much prefer the homemade, but if you didn't have the homemade, right? So it's a lazy day, you're not going to make the homemade mac and cheese. You have boxed options available to you. And everyone knows the kind of day I'm talking about. You absolutely, every single one of you humans have had this kind of day. You don't feel like cooking anything. You want something easy, but you want something good-ish. And you don't really care about the calories you're ingesting in that moment. So that's where I'm going with this. And everyone's saying homemade. Yeah, I get homemade. I get it. I'm not swaying the jury. I'm just saying as far as the box stuff, that's all you can do. So let the chat debate. There's a lot of people that are really opinionated about this one. Wait, seriously? Katrina, is this legitimate? All three of those are Kraft products? Oh, God. No way. Hang on. Does Kraft own Annie's? Oh, apparently Annie's is independently owned. At least that's what the Google machine says. I don't know if I trust the Google machine, but that's what the Google machine's telling me. Nestle owns Kraft. Why is my screen so bright? Oh, there, that's better. Ooh, that was aggressive for a second there. Does Nestle's own Velveeta? Velveeta, it's a brand name for a processed cheese similar to American cheese, invented in 1918. 1918, damn. Let's see. Kraft Foods owns Velveeta. Okay, I guess that's true. So Kraft owns both. Either way, they're just, yeah. Thank you for the input, Katrina. So, how was everyone's week? I'm offended on behalf of Publix brand. Yeah, Kraft and Tums gracefully and Sadist remarkably upset. The chat. Kraft had sharp cheddar, mashed potatoes. I get it. I understand. I 100% understand. Mac and cheese with or without hot dogs. Oh no, someone knows. I cut up hot dogs in my mac and cheese and hot sauce. Mac and cheese, cut up hot dogs, and hot sauce. You know what? I get it, Marley Mum. I understand. But the heart wants what the heart wants. It's just is a real thing. Marbled Cat is saying Kraft Blue Box, 2 packets of cheese. Solid tip. I can see, ooh, wait a minute. With Old Bay. Huh. Wow. All right. Yeah. I'm going to have to try that. That's going to be pretty remarkable. See, this was the thing I was worried about. Velveeta isn't available in Canada. It's fair. Then don't skew the votes. I don't know. Publix is almost equal to Kraft. Rather have frozen pancakes. A lot of people have a lot of opinions. Annie's isn't. I guess that's owned by Nestle. Probably going to start a war here. No, it's just these are the debates that happen in my household. And there are positions taken. And I will tell you, when people have an emotional connection to something, all logic be damned. Because you will try to debate the intricacies of this debate, of this, decision-making process, and what, you do the pros and cons to each one of the options available to you. And I am very good in a damn courtroom, but some of these debates, I reach the end of where logic takes you. And then it's just emotion or nostalgia and being accused of being objectively wrong for something that seems very inherently subjective. So I love the debate. Oh, Anon Mouse, thank you very much. Thanks for being in the background while I play Pixelmon. Also made a urinal smoke at work today. Oh no. I don't really know. I want to know how. Oh gosh. Don't trust Google answers. That's why I gave it the caveat that it did. Disappointed there was no store brand. Well, I just went with something I thought would be known pretty universally. Kraft cheese packs work well mixed with popcorn. You see? A tip I did not know. I will I might check that out when I'm having a very bad day. Kraft with 3 slices of American cheese, says as a melted into the sauce. Interesting. I did learn that when you make the queso dip that you get at restaurants, you use white American cheese, melted down slowly with heavy cream, and then you cut up a jalapeno. You dump that in there. If you really want to get fancy, you can get the canned jalapeno, the jarred jalapeno. You pour in some of the juice. Solid recipe for that queso dip. Phenomenal. I get requests for that all the time. Got people asking for Stofers. Everyone's now hungry. Chat is just wrong. Grace Fleet is very upset at this. Mac and cheese and spam. All right, case of cat queen. I see you. With ketchup. Oh, blasphemy. Blaspheming. Tons of blaspheming in here. Add a hamburger, hot dogs, tuna, or spam. Now, tuna, I actually understand. That's a Yadita thing that always put tuna in everything. Let's see. Mac and cheese and pineapple. I can see it. I can see it. All right. Let's see. Kraft, but it has to be novelty shapes. The novelty shapes are a solid win for Kraft. I will say that the novelty shapes are they're a pretty big sell on all of these things. All right. Let's scroll forward. Let's see if we've got some additional opinions to rile up chat. Just see. Ryan Man YC, KD, and Beanie Weenies. Okay. I got it. I guess that makes sense. The little Beanie Weenies, little ones. Oh, Jillian Whelan dying from the cold, had better weeks, but I'll live. Glad to hear that you'll live, and I understand the bad weeks are bad weeks. Ian also said that it did. Your package did, in fact, arrive. Let's see. Lindsay, lazy dinner is an adult lunchable, which is basically charcuterie. That's me too. But sometimes the charcuterie doesn't hit home like it does. It needs to. As the flat sheet issue, it seems like a twin size flat sheet on just the side of the bed where it's wanted could fix the controversy. I will win this debate eventually. I'm more stubborn. No, I take that back. I am not more stubborn. Let's see. Mayonnaise and Miracle Whip. What? Kielbasa and Kraft. Solid. DK Cribble, Kraft cheese, grated extra cheese, and bacon. Look at this. Look at all of this. I'm still trying to play catch up. The chat is flying in this debate back and forth. Lauren D, thank you for becoming a member. Much appreciated. Like Karen, not Lauren. Laren. Nice to see you here. Thanks for becoming a member. Amazing meta mac and cheese with stew, tomatoes, and little smokies. Ooh. Interesting. Jules, glad to see that you're going to be in the Sarah Boone courtroom. That is going to prove to be quite the interesting case. I will be trying to watch as much of that as I can. Might do a recap here and there. Holy smokes. We're going to cover some of what happened in the courtroom yesterday and the ultimate ruling that came out today because it's worth talking about. We've talked about it a little bit before, so we're going to have to bring that one home. Bring that home. Let's see. Get caught up. Yeah, Rob is way behind in chat. I am. B. Hartling, I'm sorry to hear this. It's been a tough week. Just lost my bonus mom last weekend, and now my mom is in the hospital and not doing well at all, and I'm not able to get back east. B. Hartling, my thoughts and prayers go out to you. Sorry for your loss, and hopefully you can get back here as soon as you're able to be with your family. Chat is moving way too fast. I can't right now. Hang on. I'm gonna put makeup on Boone. I'm not putting makeup on Sarah Boone. Oh, you're talking to Jules? Jules is gonna put the makeup on. It's contraband. But we'll see how the judge rules on that. Who knows? Okay, let's go ahead and end the poll, and then I'll tell you where I fall down on all of this. Let's see. Melanie Johnson, thank you for the chat. Resting in bed with a stent after kidney stone surgery today. Hopefully the recovery goes very well. Best of both worlds, enjoying Kraft mac and cheese while cuddling under the flat sheet. Solid. Like I said, get that recovery game on. Play strong. Okay, let's end the poll. Let's see who we've got. 902, 905 votes in. And we have a lot of people who are just wrong. So the votes, with 908 votes in, Kraft is the clear winner with 58%. Velveeta is 26%, and Annie's comes in with 14%. Annie's puts up solid numbers, and I wonder if that didn't take away from some of the steam that Velveeta had been gaining. Velveeta is my mac and cheese of choice. Just never got the powdered stuff. I couldn't do it. Granted, it's all just fake cheese stuff, but it just, the heart wants what the heart wants. See? Gracefully insane. I knew you'd come around. The shells are the best. They're great. Look, people can say that you can say all you want to say. Like I said, the heart wants what the heart wants, and that's the way I go with it. So the best mac and cheese is likely homemade. But if you don't have the homemade option, my go-to is always the Velveeta. So that's where things stand. Oh, got it. And Ian is telling me that he will be on later after he ships the last of the hot sauce because it is now sold out. And after he makes his beloved some lovely food, hopefully using the same hot sauce. Although, as I recall, Mrs. Runkle not a big fan of the hot sauce. Very strange. So hopefully we can continue having these civil discussions and debates, and we can all realize that while the other side is objectively wrong, we can see the uh, the passion for what it is and appreciate that we can have the dispute civilly. Flat sheets are still the best, and Velveeta mac and cheese is the best. So you know what? I will die on that hill. Might not ever win another argument in my life, but I will die on that hill. So, chat, as always, is making life fun, very happy. Canonical Heat coming in with a very, very generous super chat. Thank you very much, Canonical Heat. Do all the things and donate to Ian's Extra Life. And Rob hates super chats, so make him mad. Rob doesn't hate super chats. Rob's fine with super chats. Rob wishes that people would donate to things like the hurricane relief or the Ian's Extra Life charity. And I have to pin that. Where is that link? Oh, you know what? He created a short link last time. Extra Life. Extra Life charity. Ian Runkle. I know that he changed. Have to look it up again because it's got the long one. You know, it does make me do the stupid participant ID. I'm going to do that. I'm just going to post it because it'll just make it easier. I forget what it was. If one of the mods wants to pin it or post it in the chat, they can do that too. If it's the short one, because I forget what the short one was. But Canonical Heat, please, please, yes, like the stream. Please very much do so. It's very easy. Just hit the like button. I love seeing all you guys engage in the chat. It's phenomenal. It makes me very happy. And then also, once I get this thing posted, the mods are posting the link, but once you get it posted, go ahead and contribute to Ian's Extra Life because our goal last week was to try and get the 5,000. He's at 4,235. That's where he is right now. So I'd like to get him over that hurdle. So let me see. There we go. Where was this? Remember. There we go, Sandy. I'll pin yours because I just saw it in the chat. Okay. So Ian's Extra Life charity donation link is pinned to the top of the chat. Thank you guys for doing that. It's very, very much appreciated. Baby Gator, bus stop rando and stuff. Not a fan of mac and cheese, and I hate flat sheets, but I guess I'll stick around for a while. Like I said, reasonable minds can differ. Oh, that's not my saying. That's Rick Hogue saying. But still, it's important that we have these discussions and debates in a civil fashion without yelling at each other often and always. Adrian Angevine, first of all, it's craft, not craft. I know I botched it. That's my bad. I kind of tipped my hand on that to let you know that it wasn't craft for me. And there's craft cheese and macaroni. There's craft deluxe. Very important difference. True. That's true. The craft deluxe, doesn't the craft deluxe come with a package like the cheese spread, kind of like the Velveeta-ish stuff? But the fact that they're owned by the same company, which I did not know until just now, yeah, it's kind of annoying. Bop it. I live in the South. Our mac and cheese doesn't come from a box. I understand, Bop it. I do. I comprehend. And I get it. I just don't want to sometimes just make a meal. I just want to eat something not healthy from time to time. Today was one of those days. Kathy Brewer, make the Kraft add Velveeta cheese slices. Voila, compromise. That's fair compromise, Kathy. I 100% get that. Oh, Lady Fang. Thought only people over 70 use flat sheets. Well, call me over 70, Lady Fang, because I am a flat sheet user to my grave. Mischief manager, gonna leave my Kraft in bed without a flat sheet. You little. Yeah, I get it. Flat sheets on the bed, by the way. So, won that argument. Oh, I shouldn't have said that out loud. I'm going to go up to bed tonight. It's not going to be there. I'm going to be so upset. Let's see. Mathis agrees. Any chance you'll cover the Maya appellate docs? Yes, I will be covering those. There's not a lot to cover when these initial briefs come in. So I do like to try and let first brief, second brief, and then reply brief. But I will try to cover those because I think it's going to be interesting. I don't know how. I mean, the big issue on the appeal is whether or not they're going to allow that type of liability, whether or not they're going to find that the hospital can be. I mean, there's immunity issues, there's culpability for an independent action, there's any number of circumstances that the appellate court is going to have to resolve, and I don't know how they're going to do it. I think the judge did a phenomenal job. Judge Unicorn did a phenomenal job in managing that case and also making rulings that were pretty well defended against appeal. So we'll have to see. But I will be covering that when that comes out. Right now, I'm ready to see the show get underway in the Sarah Boone trial. I'm very much ready to see that show get underway. And Owens is, I will say, while he might not win, a lot of arguments, I was pretty impressed that he stands up there and he yells pretty well. I don't mean to say yells. I mean, he definitely has a courtroom presence. And that's more than I can say for some of the other attorneys that we've seen. For example, Adam Lawley. Would we say that Adam Lawley has a very strong courtroom presence? Does he have a tone about him where you hear Adam Lawley speaking and you're instantly, if you're a juror, sorry, I'm gonna take this down. If you're a juror, you're transfixed. You can't not listen to him. Is that Adam Lawley? No. Owens gets up in court and at least has the gusto. You can tell he's argued several cases before, and he does so pretty passionately. Prosecutors know wilting flower. So in this case, both sides are going to be arguing. I just think that this case is going to come down to the credibility of one Sarah Boone and the videos. And I don't know how you get around a lot of what we saw. So let's see. Wanted to touch base on something real quick before we moved on to our first topic, because I was not here last week. And I wanted to see if I could actually pull up. First of all, I want to see if there's anyone in the video I'm pulling up. Because, we do these things on the fly, folks. We don't. Why would we actually prepare for, a live stream? That sounds nuts. Oh, that video is very anticlimactic. Played golf this past weekend in downpouring, torrential rain, but still enjoyed it. Then there's this really cool golf course that we found. Not we found. We didn't find it. It's called Rock Harbor. Let's see if I'll share this. Share it to screen. So it's called Rock Harbor. That's a quarry. So it's like built up against the quarry. I think what you're actually seeing when you see the golf course is actually part of what was formerly a quarry. Because they had this one tee box that was just looking out over the entire rest of the golf course. It's a beautiful course. It was awesome. But I thought it was wild that you're next to this, you're backing up to this quarry. It's pretty cool. That was fun. And then the downpouring torrential rain. The video doesn't do it justice, so I'm not gonna play that. But that was what I was doing last weekend. That was the delayed 40th birthday. The actual 40th birthday. 40th was in Myrtle Beach, but that was a family thing. This one was just the guys getting out, playing golf, having a good time, and just enjoying life, doing dumb guy stuff like playing cards till late at night, drinking soda and water and apple juice. Nothing bad for you. We did. Oh my gosh, I do have to tell this part. Oh no. I'll wait till Ian gets here. I stayed in a Airbnb that was, we were gonna get murdered. I totally thought we were gonna get murdered. I'm exaggerating. No, I'm not. I'll get back to that. If and when Ian shows up, I will talk to him about the almost murdering Airbnb that was in the middle of nowhere. And I was very concerned for quite some time. And it made me laugh remarkably. Oh no, I went to Myrtle like a while back. This one was not Myrtle. This one was Western North Carolina or Western Virginia and West Virginia. So, and Cumberland, Maryland. 1,000 Acres was awesome. That we played. Where did we play? At some old you guys ever see those like summer camps or the summer resorts, the mountain resorts? And I say like the mountain resorts because it was clearly built in like the 50s and maybe it was popular in the 50s, but they never updated it. Not a scotch. Like they built it in the 50s. It was probably popular for like a solid 5 years and they just did not update it at any point in time since that date. Like they still serve the same stuff on the food, same food. And you go into the hotel rooms and one, it smells like it hasn't been updated since the 50s. It was that. It was that. It was, yes, like in Dirty Dancing. Yes, exactly. That was, you know what? Where the camp counselor's named Jason, kind of. You did get that impression. I'll take that. But that golf was free. So now that I think about it, that makes sense why it was free. Huh. Probably should have thought of that earlier. We lived. That's the upside. So the upside is we totally made it out and lived and enjoyed our round of golf. Even though it didn't really make sense. We had a good time. It was a 40th birthday delayed, very well spent. So, Shanta, a new district judge has been appointed to determine if Diddy can be released. Think it'll happen. If so, witnesses likely will be threatened or worse, a hit put out on them with all his connections and money. Your thoughts and prediction. Thank you. Well, Shanta, I don't see much of a chance of him going anywhere. I know it's a new district judge, but I don't really think that's going to have a whole lot of difference when you talk about the burden and the fact that the burden remains on Diddy and the fact that the AGA or the ADA in the case, the DA that's bringing the case, seems to have a whole shitload of receipts on, witness intimidation. Let's see, United States v. Sean Combs. Because I need to pull that up for later, anyways, because we're going to talk about it a while later. But Shanta, great question. Great question. We'll get to it in more depth. I don't think he's going anywhere. I do agree that any judge is going to have serious concerns about the witnesses and about contact to the witnesses. And they also are not going to be very well swayed by Diddy's explanation. Like, I will totally cooperate, when he's heard on audio recording saying, don't you know these phones are bugged? And when his staff, the security team, have been already calling to these other people and saying, did you really remember it this way, or something to that effect? I don't think a judge is going to hear that and be like, oh, you know what? This upstanding gentleman, I will let him go, especially when you have more and more and more and more allegations coming out. So I would not put my money in the basket of Diddy's getting out of jail right now. Just my 2 cents. So, all right. So let's go ahead and skedaddle. I do see Peter's. I see Peter's Hurricane Relief Fundraiser. I've got Ian's pinned right now, but mods, you're free to post that if you'd like. I have no problem if you guys want to circulate that, and people can contribute to that, because of the individuals that would have something like that, Peter is one I would trust. So, yep, I see the chat talking about it. So mods can go ahead and post that if people want to donate to that, because I do trust Peter, and if Peter's backing this one, I'll gladly. Now here's the thing: if we get Peter over the hurdle of where he's looking to get, I want you guys to jump in there and say, we're taking credit for this. No, don't do that. He's done a phenomenal job. I think he was up to 50K. So good for Peter. Great job. Love seeing the work he's doing. Let's go ahead and swoopy swoop to our first topic of the evening. You know what? We don't know what we're gonna do. Hang on. Let's cover a quick one. Oh, Peter's matching up to 50K. Good for Peter. Good for the firm. Way to go. I wish I could match up to 50K. That'd be great. Let's talk about Carolyn Ellison. So for those of you guys who seem to recall, who might recall, Sam Bankman-Fried, Sam Bankman not so Fried. Forgive me, I'm juvenile. It occurs. Sam Bankman-Fried was sentenced not too long ago for his role in what the government touted is pretty gnarly. Give me one moment. Rob materials and also the focus part. Got to be able to do that. Really got to be able to do that. So I will be posting a video that summarizes some of our coverage on the Sam Bankman-Fried stuff. And I'll probably post it tomorrow morning. And the video was edited by the very individual who puts together the thumbnails. And I very much appreciate all of his work. He does a phenomenal job. And I said, hey, do you want to take a crack at this? So take your time. Not going to hurt my feelings no matter how long you take. I just want you to have fun with it. And I think he's hitting the mark here. So where are we? Why? Do-do-do. I don't want to do that. Why is you doing that to me? Don't do that. All right, let's see. Posted it. He gave me a little bit of a snippet. So let's see. We'll play a little bit of it. . I'll give you guys a little preview. Bear with me. I promise it's not going to be too boring.
Mr. Fraud?
Sam Bankman-Fried's sentencing. Sam Bankman-Fried was the darling of the crypto world, the crypto king, the person who was responsible for FTX and effective altruism. Sam Bankman-Fried gets arrested in the Bahamas after playing a game after FTX collapses in November 2022. November 9, 2022 is when he posts that infamous tweet, "Everything is fine, don't worry, we're all solvent, everyone chill out, we're good." Then FTX files Chapter 11. Now chaos ensues. And everyone's going, what's happening? Why is this going on? Because it was a complete scam. He was using customer assets, moving it around from one entity to another, showing it on the books as a credit on both sides. He was using the customer assets to basically buy real estate in the Bahamas, buy a yacht, buy real estate all over, travel the world, and the entire time held himself off as being this advocate of effective altruism. I mean, he was everywhere. And then FTX,
I will say, though, he is probably as honest as every other crypto bro out there.
And politician whom he paid lots of money to. So before sentencing in a federal trial, the judge orders what's called pre-sentencing reports, and parties can submit memorandums to argue for mitigating factors or circumstances. Or
all right, we'll leave that one there, because that made me happy to see. Really cool stitching job too. Like, it's really good editing. It's awesome. So that's a little background to the Sam Bankman-Fried stuff. So Sam Bankman-Fried gets sentenced, and the judge threw the book at him. I know that people don't think the judge threw the book at him, but the judge basically hit him for the largest criminal conviction for a white collar crime that you've seen. Let's pull this up to remind ourselves exactly what he was sentenced to. And he is appealing that, but that's not going anywhere. Sam Bankman-Fried was sentenced to 25 years in prison. So 25 years was the sentence. It was meted out to Sam Bankman-Fried. And you guys might remember that when we talked about it, one of the individuals that was participating in the FTX individual, the three primary people to FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried, Nishad Singh, Carolyn Ellison. Boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3. Carolyn Ellison went to ground after FTX collapsed, and Sam Bankman-Fried decided, I'm smarter than everybody else, so I'm going to go out there and talk to literally everyone. I'm going to talk to New York Times. I'm going to talk to podcasts. I'm going to go on YouTube channels. I'm going to go on Twitter. I'm just going to go. And he went and just talked. We predicted that he would be talking himself into a very long prison sentence. And he did. Because turns out that he wasn't very convincing of, by the way, everyone's getting paid back. And, oh God, when he was during his sentencing, he really did come out and say, everyone's been paid back all of this money, without kind of, just glossing over the fact that at least one person is alleged to have committed the self-unaliving because of the losses they sustained in that downfall. So Sam Bankman-Fried was kind of not really the greatest guy when he came to the end of the sentencing. Now, one of the things that landed him in the Metropolitan Detention Center, which is where Diddy's being held right now, was that he, and this is prior to his being tried, you guys might remember we covered some of the bail conditions that he was being released on. He had a computer that had training wheels on it. He was allowed to use only a home phone that was tethered. He was allowed to have nice walks around, but there would be security. No one was allowed to come and go. And during the course of this lockdown, he was released. And during the course of lockdown, he did an interview with the New York Times. And he gave the New York Times, Carolyn Ellison, his partner, gave them her private journal. This is like, yeah, let's talk about Carolyn Ellison, and here's her private journal. Well, Carolyn Ellison had gone to ground, and it was speculated and revealed that Carolyn Ellison was a cooperating witness with the U.S. Department of Justice. Of course she was. That was the smart move. I've talked about it in the past. Anytime one of these cases gets brought against one person in what is alleged to be a co-conspiracy, there's a certain amount of tension that the feds or the prosecutor just likes to build because they want everyone feeling really nervous because everyone's kind of sitting there with their own inclination of, I'm not going to snitch. I'm not going to snitch. No way am I going to snitch. Not a chance am I going to snitch. Holy shit. What if someone else snitches? And then I'm screwed. So then it's like, I'm not going to snitch, but then subtly reaching out to be like, hey, do you guys, hypothetically, do you want a cooperating witness? I'm not saying I would, but if that option was on the table, would you like one? Again, not saying I did anything wrong, but hypothetically, if you're gonna charge me, wouldn't it be easier for your case against the really bad guy if I doubt? Carolyn Ellison was that person. She knew everything going on. And again, you'll remember that Sam Bankman-Fried tried to pass off a shitload of responsibility for this collapse on her. He was the brains of all of the FTX and the Alameda and the everything there. So Carolyn Ellison ends up cooperating, and while she's cooperating, Sam Bankman-Fried says, New York Times, you know what's really cool? If you maybe had her private diary and journal, here's access to that. You can go ahead and have it. And you want to run an expose on her and, make her out to be maybe not the person that, was the innocent individual that she's pretending to be or portending to be. And prosecutors were not too happy about that. And what they do, they asked for Sam Bankman-Fried's bond to be revoked. And the judge said, son, and he didn't say this. I'm paraphrasing. There's this really cool game called Fuck Around that has a fun end to it. Fun for me, not for thee. And the fun end of that is find out. And we have given you all these bond conditions because we have trusted you. But you decided, despite all of these bond conditions that allowed you to stay free and prepare for your trial that was upcoming and try to defend yourself and assist your team in doing so, where you had access to the computers they would bring over to you. You decided you wanted to take that good-natured bond and play this game of fuck around. Well, the cool part is it has one end and one end only. It's called find out. So the judge said, bond revoked. You are going to spend the rest of your time preparing for your trial in the Metropolitan Detention Center, the MDC, in jail conditions, and you can deal with it. Put yourself there because you tried to intimidate a government witness. Now, the government witness was also being prosecuted. Carolyn Ellison was being prosecuted for her role in this collapse. Even though Carolyn Ellison was cooperating with the government at this point in time, she was right there making decisions. She was benefiting from all of this. She had money in this. She was reaping massive benefits from everything that was transpiring with FTX. Taking customer money, using it for their own benefit and gain on the hope that they would make it back. Alameda acting as kind of a shell that didn't really hold customer funds. Being able to, make bets that you never had to pay out. So Carolyn Ellison had her sentencing. And prior to that sentencing, there was a sentencing report that was offered, and we've gone through the sentencing memo for Sam Bankman-Fried. So let's go briefly through the sentencing memo for Carolyn Ellison. And pop up. I need to see where this is because it has to be there because I have to see it. Zoomy zoom. All right. So defendant Carolyn Ellison's sentencing memorandum. Redacted public filing. So this was redacted. Preliminary statement, personal history, offense conduct, accepts responsibility, cooperates, sentencing guidelines and probation's recommendation, and the sentence of time served is sufficient to comply with the sentence with section 3553A. Okay. So right off the bat, we are seeing that Carolyn Ellison's attorneys are asking that she be released on time served. That's their sentencing memo. Carolyn Ellison is a young person of enormous talent and promise with a deep commitment to helping others. Tragically, she became embroiled in very serious crimes committed at FTX and Alameda Research. Carolyn blames no one but herself for what she did. She regrets her role deeply and will carry the shame and remorse to her grave. The goal of this submission is to respectfully provide the court with context beyond what was discussed at trial, so the court will have a full understanding of Caroline's life before, during, and after FTX. You see, this right here is how you take accountability, in part. We'll give Caroline Ellison like miles ahead of where Sam Bankman-Fried started with his sentencing memo. One important piece of context at the outset is Caroline's complex relationship with Sam Bankman-Fried. We all knew this. Caroline met Mr. Bankman-Fried at Jane Street Capital in 2015. He was a junior trader, and she was a summer intern. In just a few years, Caroline watched Mr. Bankman-Fried found Alameda Research and then FTX, grow FTX into a juggernaut, become one of the world's richest men, share stages with former presidents and prime ministers, appear regularly on television and the cover of magazines and newspapers, and testify before Congress as the personification of cryptocurrency's future. But here's the thing, Caroline, you also knew that what was happening behind the scenes was not that. Caroline moved around the globe at his direction, first to Hong Kong and later the Bahamas, but you also knew what was going on. Far from home and family, she worked long hours, stressful, Adderall-fueled hours, associating almost exclusively with other employees of Mr. Bankman-Fried. And Caroline was in an on-again, off-again, sometimes secret relationship with Mr. Bankman-Fried that she understood at the time was fundamentally unequal. Deeply unhappy, repeatedly considering leaving Alameda, but Mr. Bankman-Fried convinced her to stay, telling her she was essential to the survival of the business and that he loved her, while also perversely demonstrating that he considered her not good enough to be seen in public with him at high-profile events. The whole I'm releasing, your inner diary and journal is a pretty shitty move for the boyfriend or the ex-boyfriend. And then Laura, yeah. So the trial, she pled guilty. So she already pled guilty. She pled. So there wasn't a trial for her. There wasn't anything that had to be done. So this is simply on the pleadings, on the sentencing report. Over time, Caroline's moral compass warped. At Mr. Bankman-Fried's direction, she took actions that she knew would be wrong, helping him steal billions. She lived in dread, knowing that a disastrous collapse was likely, but fearing and that disentangling herself would only hasten that collapse. When FTX finally collapsed, Caroline felt intense sadness for all the people they had betrayed, but also tremendous relief because she did not have to go on lying and stealing from Mr. Bankman-Fried. Of course, it didn't have to be this way. As the trial testimony revealed, Caroline was a voice for not doing what led to the disaster. Mr. Bankman-Fried asked Caroline in the fall of 2021 to analyze his plan and spend billions of dollars on illiquid venture investments financed by having Alameda take open-term loans from third-party crypto lending desks. Caroline advised Mr. Bankman-Fried that if he did this, any significant turmoil in the markets would leave Alameda unable to repay its lenders, even if Alameda took FTX customer deposits. Mr. Bankman-Fried ignored Caroline's warnings. Mr. Bankman-Fried, Gary Wang, and Nishad Singh proceeded to take billions of dollars in purported loans from Alameda. Caroline only learned months later of many of these loans, even though they were taken from Alameda, the company for which she was nominally the co-CEO. For those of you who remember any of the testimony during trial, while Gary Wang, Nishad Singh, and Bankman-Fried took remarkable loans against Alameda, calling it loans, Carolyn Ellison's compensation was substantially lower than any of theirs, and she actually didn't take any of these loans or benefit from the loans taken against Alameda. So as far as a player in this, there's a lot of this that is, to her credit, she was a little fish in a big pond and played the whole go along to get along, but she could have always walked away. And there's still a role that she did play. And I think that's what ends up coming out when the judge makes his sentence. The venture borrowing spree that Caroline advised against led directly to the central crime in this case, the theft of billions of dollars worth of FTX customer funds. After the cryptocurrency market stopped their meteoric rise and Alameda's lenders demanded repayment in June of 2022, Mr. Bankman-Fried, Mr. Wang, and Mr. Singh and Caroline met to examine Alameda's financial position. And Mr. Bankman-Fried directed her to take customer funds from FTX to repay Alameda's loans. Caroline did as he instructed. That would have been that opportunity to walk away. And when he told her, lie about it to Alameda's lenders, to journalists on Twitter, she did that too. Again, that would have been to walk away. While Caroline committed serious crimes to further Mr. Bankman-Fried's interests, she notably did virtually nothing to protect her own. Caroline did not take enormous personal loans. She did not receive equity in Alameda Research, and she held only a small amount of equity, less than 1% of the FTX. While she received significant bonuses at Alameda, consistent with its and her performance. Well, I'm going to take issue with this statement here. Consistent with its and her performance. Really? Is this is this what you want to say? Because Alameda's performance was smoke and mirrors. That performance was inflated. So was she entitled to those bonuses? Should she have been entitled to those bonuses? Here, we got our highlighter back. Highlighter, yay. She always kept most of her assets in her FTX.com user account, withdrawing funds almost exclusively to make charitable contributions and pay taxes. Really? Look, you did a great thing. You were in a game that you didn't want to be in, you didn't know a whole lot about, but come on, this is a little overselling. But after Alameda used FTX customer funds to repay its loans in June of 2022, she made no further withdrawals. She declined to transfer any of her own money out of FTX because she believed that to protect herself while FTX customers remained at risk would be profoundly unfair. See, this is kind of is that really what she believed in that moment? I don't know. You can speculate. Accordingly, when FTX suspended withdrawals and collapsed, she lost access to the vast majority of her savings. I think at that point in time, everyone kind of knows, the writing's on the wall. So at that point in time, you reach out and you try to cut a deal. So here, yeah, SBF's girlfriend sentencing. You know what I'm going to do? Hang on. We're going to do this real quick. It's going to take me 2 seconds. I hope it's only 2 seconds. I think it's important because there's a lot of people that are coming in and asking different questions, and I want to make sure. What are we doing today? We are talking about this is going to make life easier, I promise. I hope. Mm-hmm. Can I do this? There we go. I want to do something that tells people what we're talking about. And we're going to try and do it in short order, so as not to take up every minute of all the talking. Aha! There we go. Carolyn Ellison Sentencing right at the top. So that'll hopefully tell people what we're doing. All right. After years of serving Mr. Bankman-Fried's interests, Caroline reasserted her own in November 2022 when she stopped lying for Mr. Bankman-Fried. At an all-hands meeting of Alameda employees on November 9th, November 9th, that was the day when it was kind of tweeted out like, oh shit, and then everything collapsed. Caroline disclosed the essential facts of and accepted responsibility for the crimes committed at FTX in Alameda, just as she would nearly a year later when she testified on the witness stand. Caroline immediately began making amends for participating in those crimes. She encouraged Mr. Bankman-Fried, but really, did we get into the specifics as how you did that? She encouraged Mr. Bankman-Fried to let FTX and Alameda declare bankruptcy. This ended up being Mr. Bankman-Fried's ultimate error in judgment. I've talked about it frequently that no one gets convicted of bankruptcy fraud, but filing of bankruptcy is what shows the government all the other fraud. So the filing of bankruptcy was essentially, government, please come look at all of my books. And when you see those books, I am cooked. So Caroline then worked tirelessly to assist FTX's bankruptcy counsel secure assets, voluntarily return to the United States, retained counsel, and quickly began cooperating with the U.S. Attorney's Office, SEC, and the CFTC, helping them understand what happened at FTX in Alameda. A little more than a month after FTX declared bankruptcy, Caroline pled guilty, publicly accepting responsibility for her crimes and apologized for the resulting harm. From her first meeting with prosecutors, she unflinchingly acknowledged her own wrongdoing without minimization, blame shifting, or self-pity. And she time and again proved herself an enormously credible and important cooperating witness. I would agree there. I would agree. She provided a recollection of an event, and the government would later find documents confirming in minute detail what she had said. She never lied to the government. That's what she's saying here. And so the government met with Caroline more than 20 times in advance of trial. In those meetings, so this right there is her prepping the government, like telling them, no, you have it wrong. Yes, you have it right. This is where you go. This is how you ask these questions. This is correct. This is not. Imagine having an inside guy who's sitting there coaching you when you're asking your questions. 20 times cooperating witness who knew the inner workings of everything that was going on right there. Insane in the membrane. Yeah. When you file for bankruptcy relief, you put all of your cards on the table. 100%. So in those meetings, Caroline interpreted Alameda's intentionally cryptic records. That was probably remarkably helpful. Recalled key conversations not preserved because of Bankman-Fried's insistence on ephemeral messaging. That was probably remarkably helpful too. And disclosed conduct that not only provided crucial evidence of the crimes the government had been investigating from the day of FTX's collapse, but also allowed the government to charge Bankman-Fried with crimes it had no inkling of before learning of them from Caroline. Oh, see? We talked about this in the Diddy stuff. This is what we've talked about with Diddy. It wasn't just that we helped the government convict him. It was that I told the government about crimes that y'all didn't even know about. Yeah, that was the bribing the Chinese government officials. Interesting. She did all of this even as she faced the kind of public attention scrutiny few people will ever have the misfortune to experience. Every shred of her online life was relentlessly picked over. Internet trolls constantly speculated on her whereabouts. She had to conceal her identity whenever she ventured in public. Family members harassed. News sources shared salacious and unfounded speculation about her sex life. Yeah, we've talked about that being bullshit. Like, that's, you don't mess with that. Bankman-Fried leaked Caroline's deeply private writings to the New York Times, which prominently published them. Not the best move. And the psychiatrist she shared with Bankman-Fried disclosed oh, shit. I didn't know this. Are you fucking kidding me? Psychiatrist she shared with Bankman-Fried disclosed confidential information from her treatment to a best-selling author who featured them in a book he released on the eve of trial. Really? Ellison psychiatrist. I don't know who would. Book on Caroline Ellison released as prior to trial. I'm gonna have to find this at some point. That's pretty fucked up. That's pretty messed up. That's Caroline, because I wonder if they were relying on Bankman-Fried as having waived privilege. If it was joint, but how? It's gonna bother me. I'm gonna find it at some point in time. It's gonna drive me nuts because that person should not be a psychiatrist. As Caroline came and left the courthouse each day of her testimony, she was aggressively mobbed by photographers and reporters, ultimately requiring an FBI escort. I believe that. She came through all of that undaunted. Well, it's also the government coming in back and saying, I know this is scary, but if you don't cooperate, we're going to go ahead and keep the prosecution. Hang on. Is it going infinite? Did the psychiatrist leak to Michael Lewis? Going infinite. That would oddly make sense. I wonder how that got discovered, if that's the case. I don't know. That's pretty messed up. Oh, was it? Did SBF sign a waiver? Bankman-Fried psychiatrist. Dr. Lerner. How does this work? Because he was hired as a life coach or a coach. That's why. He wasn't hired in his capacity as a psychiatrist. but that doesn't make sense either. That's kind of playing. Does this feel kind of messed up to anybody else? Like, am I the only one who's kind of hang up on this? I go just a little bit. I mean, I get it if we want to split hairs here, but wouldn't just the smallest part of you be a little bit hesitant as a licensed psychiatrist before, talking about the coaching or assistance that you gave? I am so uncomfortable with all of this. So yeah, Dr. Lerner, was it George Lerner, who was hired as a life coach for Sam Bankman-Fried while he was there. And it looks like, see, I have an issue with this. This is going to piss me off a lot. I don't think this is fair. I don't think this is cool at all. Let me see. Now, granted, again, grain of salt here. I don't know if this is true or not. This is reported by the Intelligencer. I have no idea who they are. Whatever. As FTX proceeds in Delaware with the criminal case against the founder Sam Bankman-Fried. It proceeds in Delaware, and the criminal case proceeds against Bankman-Fried in Manhattan. More details are emerging about the company's C-suite. The fact the life coach was advising the executives on their professional lives. According to the Wall Street Journal, in early 2022, Bankman-Fried hired his own psychiatrist to serve as a coach for the employees who were stressed about crypto firm's grueling schedule. Dr. George Lerner, SBF psychiatrist since 2019, coached 100 of FTX's 300 staffers while seeing 20 of them in his private practice. I think that's the distinction. I don't know if Ellison was seen in the private practice part or not. I was very concerned with people's happiness would be reduced by lack of dating opportunities outside of a big city. I could leave the company due to this. Other employees who saw him for coaching said he made it known he could help them get Adderall for ADHD or Xanax for anxiety, though he claims he prescribed the medicines only to patients and only when it was necessary. All right, where's the DEA? Or the FDA, either one. Hung around through the collapse. That coaching might have been undercut by Lerner's being the CEO's psychiatrist. How is that not a conflict? Yeah, some of the employees reportedly didn't disclose too much out of concern the word might get to Bankman-Fried. How is that not a conflict? The bankruptcy court has requested the judge approve a subpoena between Bankman-Fried and Lerner to get access to the internal communications, so we may soon learn what the extent of the coach was guiding the founder. At least they'll have something to talk about during their sessions. Lerner remains Bankman-Fried's psychiatrist. Holy crap. So sometimes you learn stuff when you don't expect doing so. That doesn't feel right to me, right? Call me naive, but hey, MLS, glad to see you here, my friend. Glad to see you here, my friend, indeed. Crazy Cat Queen, I'm kind of with you on this one. The whole life coach, but acting as his psychiatrist, I think that he was trying to, I don't know. That seems kind of interesting. Ian, have you listened to any of this yet? No.
Nope. I just got here.
So we are walking through Caroline Ellison's sentencing. So this
nice.
court. And we are learning that the psychiatrist that she shared with Bankman-Fried disclosed confidential information from her treatment to a best-selling author, Michael Lewis, who wrote The Big Short.
Ooh.
Featured them in the book he released on the eve of trial.
Ooh, that's gross.
And in reading a little bit about it from different media outlets, it appears that Bankman-Fried hired this Dr. Lerner as his own psychiatrist, but then also hired him through FTX to be a coach or a life coach for some of the employees. But he also was reportedly going around saying, I can get you Adderall for ADHD or Xanax for anxiety. But he said he only prescribed to his patients. And he said 20 of the people at the company were his patients. And I don't like any of that. That's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, I would say kind of fucked up is probably an understatement.
Yeah. That's pretty. So
What
she
do they
testified
call
for 3
it
days.
when you disbar a psychiatrist or a psychologist?
You don't you just revoke their license revocation?
I mean, maybe they should look into that.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up. So she testified for over 3 days at the trial about the defendant's mindset, his management of FTX and Alameda, and his illegal schemes to defraud customers. Let me tell you this. I don't think that the case would have been nearly as clean against Sam Bankman-Fried if not for the cooperation of Carolyn Ellison. I think that's remarkably clear.
And yeah, I think the court basically said that in tremendous, because they gave her a whole bunch of credit on the sentencing.
They did. I think her original, if you looked at, let's actually scroll through the guidelines. So the rebuilding of life and restore and resolving civil cases, finalize agreements with the government and FTX debtors, and she expects to leave her without anything until she's anything she earned while employed at Alameda. This is a caveat I didn't like because they also said that she received bonuses commensurate to the success of Alameda, but you'll recall the success of Alameda was basically just pencil on paper saying, look, there's the money here when it wasn't.
Can I also interrupt for a moment?
Yes.
Because I got to celebrate a little bit.
Absolutely.
Some of you know that I had hot sauce for sale, and it's had because it's now all sold. All of it has been sold. It is all out of the house. It is on its way or has arrived to people. So, and so far the reviews have been good. The reviews have been, people have liked it, which is great because I love this stuff. So I was thrilled about that because I was super worried it was going to be like a pink sauce situation. It goes out and suddenly everyone's like, what the hell is this, Runkle? So, it's all sold. No reports of breakage. The only
you have to let people in the US down. You have to let us down.
Yeah, right now I can't get it to anyone in the US. I mean, it also helps that I'm sold out at the moment. But the next batch, we are working on getting an FDA registration. And then once we get the FDA registration, I'll be able to sell it to the US as well. So that is the hope. But yeah.
Oh, you actually have champagne. You don't drink champagne.
I don't have champagne. I have Prosecco because I am cheap. But it's good enough. So yeah, if I had champagne, that would probably be the entire profits of the endeavor. But the point wasn't to get rich. The point was to share the hot sauce with people, right? It was to it's because I made a sauce ages ago that I love, and this gave me an opportunity to share that with people. So that's really the point, is just wanting to make that happen. So
I know that you were personally nervous about it too, because you didn't know if people would like it. You wanted us to try it, and I was never in fear. I tried it. I would put it on a 7 out of 10 scale on hot. It's pretty good.
It comes out swinging, but it's not like the hottest sauce I own by a long stretch.
It's definitely eatable.
Yeah, I eat it on all sorts of things. I do have like a when I say I'm sold out, I've still got my supply.
Yeah.
That's like, okay, that's not going anywhere. That's mine. So,
Well,
but yeah,
congratulations, my friend.
cheers. So, and I'm working on a another recipe that'll be lime based, and I'm also working on, some people in my chat basically said that they have IBS or other issues or like food sensitivities, and they said we can't do onion or garlic or shallots or anything like that.
That's really hard with hot sauce.
It is, because like 99% of the hot sauces have those things in them, because they provide for they're a good, easy way to get like some depth of flavor to it. So I took that as a challenge. So I basically have been doing some research into, I guess, unusual hot sauce ingredients. And I have been picking up some stuff to try to make a hot sauce that might be a little bit unusual, a little bit different. But
No pineapple.
Something, not pineapple. One of the flavors I'm going to be experimenting with is green tea.
Fair. I think that would be good.
It could be, because green tea is actually
It's a really subtle flavor.
It's surprisingly, I'm going to ferment it, so I'm going to try that.
That's going to change it.
But the green tea is also, it's surprisingly like heavy in glutamates, so sort of the umami flavor. So I'm hoping that it'll be something that's got like that sort of umami flavor to it, and something that doesn't really need the onion or the garlic, but will be kind of a different taste. I got to experiment. It's going to take a lot of playing around, but I just kind of took that as a challenge. And if like some people in my chat who otherwise like can't enjoy it can maybe enjoy the new stuff, it's a worthwhile experiment. I don't know if it'll go anywhere, but yeah.
Umami flavor. Oh, that makes it sound worse when you. That makes it sound worse when I say that way.
Yeah, umami is sort of the richness flavor that you get out of. You get it out of soy sauce. You get it out of anchovies. You get it out of Parmesan cheese. It's also like meat has sort of a umami flavor. So all of those things, it's kind of it's the stuff that like MSG adds, but and I mean, I don't have anything, against MSG. It's probably going to be an ingredient of at least one of my sauces, but it's a very sort of, it complements a lot of things, which is why we have like fish sauce and, and soy sauce, why they're so popular. So, yeah. But I'm thinking like maybe I am not the biggest fan of pineapple overall.
Oh no, I was going to respond to this one. There was one hot sauce in the hot sauce challenge that we did that was like pineapple based, and it was one of the lighter ones. It was like number 3, and it was not. I did not a fan of it. But Mini Mischief 1 loves it, so that is now her hot sauce and only her hot sauce.
And that's the thing is great. Sometimes there's some weird flavors out there that like some people will love, but not everybody. And, that's good too, right? If you've got something that's kind of a unique flavor that appeals to some folks. But yeah, I'm not like a pineapple on, pizza kind of person or anything like that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of like the sweeter hot sauces. There are some out there, but I'm just thinking if I was gonna make a sweeter hot sauce, I'd probably play around with something else.
Yep.
I'm just trying to think of what kind of things I'd use for that. There's a friend of mine's got outside of his house, he's got these sour cherries. That could be good. Now you got me thinking.
Yeah, well, that's fair. You've got time to think, my friend. All right, so let's get back to you. Okay,
Yeah, I
going
was
back
going to
to
say, I don't
Carol
want to
Ellison?
just completely derail things. I'm going to step out
Okay.
for just a second because Mrs. Runkle also wanted a glass of this. So I'll
And
be right back.
you should sit with her for at least a few moments and drink said glass with your spouse.
We've been celebrating, but she was like, I want some of the, when you crack that open, I'd like some. So I'm like, fair.
Hopefully she enjoys. All right, we'll see you in a minute.
See you in a minute.
8 Scorpio, don't share a psychiatrist/doctor with your boss ever. I would incline to agree that that's probably good advice. Crazy Cat Queen, unethical and immoral, but not illegal. I think that's probably perhaps a somewhat correct characterization of this. Just maybe a little bit. Crazy Cat Queen, again, psychiatrists tend to be the quote medicine men and very little actual counseling, which is often better handled by a psychologist or LCSW. That's actually part of the title. Psychiatrists they're authorized to prescribe medication, whereas psychologists are often not. So I will save that last one for Ian, and then let's pull the PSR or the report back up. Not the PSR, the sentencing memo back up. So she now stands before the court for sentencing. So the probation department recommends a sentence of time served plus 3 years suspended release or supervised release. It's a pretty generous recommendation by the probation department. PSR grounds his recommendation in Caroline's extraordinary cooperation with the government, her otherwise unblemished record, and the numerous testimonials of her honesty and ethical behavior both before she started working at Alameda and since she left Alameda. She poses no risk of recidivism and presents no threat to public safety. He would therefore promote respect for the law to grant leniency and recognition of her early disclosure of the crimes, her unmitigated acceptance of responsibility for them, and most importantly, her extensive cooperation with the government. But this is where I agree with the judge. This is where I very much agree with the judge. I understand you did a lot of great things, but there's a different prong served by the meting out of sentences, and that is actually punishing wrongdoing. We look at all the behavior that's being done, but there's a certain aspect of sentences being meted out that is a punishment element for wrongdoing. So that part is where I kind of agree with the judge. Without in any way diminishing this very serious crimes here, we respectfully submit that the policy goals and interests of justice embodied by Section 3553A sentencing factors do not require sending Caroline to prison. So they asked for, so the PSR the recommendation was time served with 3 years of supervised. She was released almost immediately on bond. So
Oh, hey, Emily.
Time. Oh, I didn't see it. Hey, EDB. Chat is doing great. I will now clue you, and we can take a little break from this. I posted a poll earlier today, and you guys can weigh in again because it was very, very hotly divided. When you have to go to a box for macaroni and cheese, that is the only option you have available to you. Macaroni and cheese, and it has to be a box. Is it Kraft? Is it Velveeta? Or is it Annie's? I gave 3 options because those are the 3 most popular I could think of. Now, Canadians, I was made aware that Canadians could not do Velveeta, so we can sub out Kraft Deluxe, like the creamy sauce, for that one. Ian, do you have an answer?
I'm doing pretty good because just sold out of the hot sauce.
No, about the mac and cheese answer. Mac and cheese question.
Mac and cheese. I thought you were asking about the how you doing chat.
No.
We like in Canada, it's pretty much just everything is Kraft mac and cheese. Like Kraft dinner.
I knew that poll was swayed. I knew that poll there was a baked in flaw to the poll. The poll came back like 65% were Kraft mac and cheese. Velveeta was 23% and Annie's was 12%. And I knew Velveeta was the right answer. And you just reassured me because Canada's all Kraft. we have a strong disagreement in my household between Mischief and myself as to which is the proper mac and cheese.
The thing is you can get Velveeta in Canada, like it is available. It's just nobody buys it because it's worse.
This is the objectively wrong answer. I mean, I understand. I just think you guys are both just outright wrong. So that was the debate, and the chat was flying, yelling at each other. It was pretty awesome. So back to Carolyn Ellison.
I feel bad for her.
I
really do.
In part, I do, but I also agree with the judge here.
No, I agree with. I'm not saying the judge is wrong, and in fact, I thought that the sentence that the judge gave was a very appropriate sentence.
It feels like Sam Bankman-Fried is, in this case, the boogeyman. Like, he is very much the bad guy. And sorry, Chad, I'll scroll quickly to get to where I wanted to get to. But in the early 20s, at 20 pages 20s, we start to see her conduct here.
Oh,
and her internal writings.
For the charity live stream, do you think I should do a Hot Ones challenge?
Yes, that sounds like a remarkable idea and a lot of fun.
All right, I'm ordering a box.
So, where were we here? As a friend and colleague recalls, it became a running joke among those of us with day jobs that we never knew when or if we would see her. Carolyn Ellison is. Caroline's isolation was exacerbated when, soon after moving to Hong Kong, the COVID-19 pandemic set in, causing travel between the U.S. and Hong Kong to become very difficult. So she was the Hong Kong liaison during this time. Then she essentially wrote, "This really needs to stop. I think my mood for the past couple of months qualifies as borderline clinical depression. It definitely makes me less effective at work. It also just sucks. I'm not willing to feel like this long term. I need to do something to stop it one way or another." Isolation. So this was how she was living when she was in.
That's a worrying sentence.
It is. There's a lot of her that is just not okay. And it also appears from a lot of the back and forth between her and Bankman-Fried that he was kind of fucking with her a lot. So he's asking her to do all these things, telling her to make the transactions with Alameda, remind you and remind the chat that he directed that she, through Alameda, give loans, quote unquote loans, to the three other principals, Nishad Singh, Gary Wang, and himself, in the amount of millions of dollars. He said, give us these loans out of Alameda, knowing damn well it was out of customer funds, but never gave her a loan or anything to that effect. So just this fraud was happening right in front of her. And the person that was gaslighting the hell out of her was, her boyfriend at the time.
No, I don't like that at all.
Caroline tried to break up with Bankman-Fried repeatedly, but a few words from him would change her mind. Her friend describes Caroline as like someone who says they want to give up smoking, but can't seem to stop sneaking cigarettes. Caroline talked about breaking up with him a lot. In July, she messaged a college friend about the challenge of leaving Bankman-Fried. There's definitely a part of me that feels relieved by the idea of us breaking up, which is maybe a sign that we just should. It just feels like there are so many worries and questions and confusions right now, and breaking up would just get rid of all of them, and things would be simple and easy. But also, obviously, there's a part of me that feels really sad about it. Like, is avoiding even thinking about not being with him anymore because the idea feels too horrible. Also, to be honest, it would kind of fuck up my whole life. Like, I work with him. I sit 5 feet away from him. My main friend group is his roommates and other friends. Mind you, this is the same person who leaked the internal speakings of her diary.
I really don't like that.
To the New York Times. When he learned that, yeah. So that's part of that. Page 30.
He is such an awful piece of...
Oh, he's not a good human. So the offending conduct. No, I didn't want to be all the way down there. I wanted to be here. No, where was that? No, what? Page number. I just lost my page number. I want page 30. It's not page 30. The offending conduct. So what did she do to get herself in hot water here? course, FTX collapsed. Anyways, collapse was immediately precipitated by crypto industry website CoinDesk posting a copy of their balance sheet. God, what a move. Although
Emily pointing out, did you see that the leaking of the diary was used by Diddy?
Oh yeah, I
Or
paid
by the
very
government
close
against
attention to
Diddy,
that.
rather?
And
Yeah,
I think that move by Bankman-Fried, I think, is going to be, we're not going to call it precedent, but I think it's going to be a very clear sign. A lot of people are going to point to that. Basically say, look what happened here. When you leave someone out, this person, Bankman-Fried, had all the restrictions I could imagine. I remember the bond conditions. He had a laptop with training wheels. He could visit like the New York Times, Wall Street Journal. He couldn't do shit on his laptop.
and he
He was
still found a
supervised
way.
in home, and he still found a way
Yeah.
to leak those internal journal reports to the New York Times, and New York Times ran the expose on one of the government's chief cooperating witnesses that essentially tried to make her out to be not the innocent participant that the government wanted to portray her to be a lot smarter than what the government was trying to portray her to be, and to be a lot more nefarious and weak. And I mean, it was gross, every aspect of it. So Sam Bankman-Fried played the massive game of fuck around, and thank God the DA came back and the judge was like, all right, you're gonna find out. Because
I was also glad of that for Diddy, because I thought this guy's got so much money, you know, he's able to put down like, hey, look, I can put down like, what was it, a $20 million bond?
50.
And I was just like, it is gross that if he can buy his way out of, you know, and especially when he was like actively, or at least the allegations were actively engaged in, you know, tampering with witnesses. I was actually quite relieved, and when I saw that they were like, nope, sorry, not good enough.
Well, we're getting a rehearing on the bond. I think it's going to be reviewed again.
I mean, they're going to keep trying, but it gave me a little bit of faith in the system that it's not just, you know, owned by wealthy people.
Oh, I like that too. But again, this is why I liked the citation in the Diddy case, because in the Diddy case, in Sam Bankman-Fried, we covered every attempt the government made to revoke his bond. And it was what, 4 times where he committed a violation, and it was like, all right, we're going to be more strict. We're going to be more strict. We're going to be more strict.
Yeah. And it was just like, why do you keep letting him have these chances?
Well, and you and I we talked about this when we read the indictment, and the DA that wrote that indictment, that drafted that indictment, knew damn well that one of the turning point factors in this case was the witness intimidation issue, because he writes that into the indictment.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't need to, but he did. I mean, we brought the obstruction charge, so he kind of needed to a little bit, but the fact that that was brought, and the fact that you saw the reference to Bankman-Fried's final act that resulted in the bond revocation referenced in Diddy's initial detention hearing, I liked, because it was like the court had learned at that point in time that if you extend that grace, you allow an abuse to occur that could be so egregious as to be a New York Times publication that automatically that taints the entire jury pool.
Well, and especially with the, you know, like the release of very private information. And in the Diddy case, I mean, we don't know if there's videotapes kicking around. And if there is, then I absolutely 100% want to make sure those, you know, if I'm the, you know, it's just like, this should never, ever see the light of day. And yeah. Full stop.
So I have been very happy so far with how the prosecution is going against Diddy. I think the DA's team has been great. The fact that the composition of the team is a great idea. But I'm going to go to Diddy a little bit later. Let's do this. Let's pull this down, because a lot of the PSR, a lot of the sentencing memo does what we think it would do. It basically paints her in a very cooperative light. It paints her as the individual that was wrapped up into this, got in over her head, and ended up doing things that she wouldn't have otherwise done. and
Can I
talks about the future that she wants to bring, which is bringing a positive impact to everybody.
Can I also cut in with like a brief PSA, at least for the Canadians out there?
Yes.
This is something that sometimes happens to women where they have a boyfriend and there may be videos that exist. Those videos may have been recorded consensually or not, but they may be facing threats or actual distribution that is not consensual. One of the things that terrifies people is like, how do you get that locked up? And I have been able to assist people. And if you're in this position, I have never, as of today, charged for this. And I don't ever plan to. But there are ways to get those seized before, like, while they're still being, so before they've been released. So, don't freak out. There are ways to sort of deal with that. And, it's one of those things that, people need to know exists as an option if they're in that situation. So,
yeah. So Carolyn Ellison came up thank you for the PSA, by the way. Carolyn Ellison.
Sorry to interrupt. It was just,
no,
it's
relevant.
It's often on my mind these days.
Relevant and timely. So Bankman-Fried sentencing comes up last week, okay, and gets sentenced for 2 years. So this is from Reuters, September 24th. So Carolyn Ellison was sentenced on Tuesday to 2 years in prison for her role in her former boyfriend's, Sam Bankman-Fried's, theft of $8 billion of customer funds. Judge Lewis Kaplan, who, by the way, if you are doing any crimes, you better pray to God you don't end up in front of Lewis Kaplan. He no joke. He was quick to the point of watching any of this stuff. I would have loved to see that trial.
He's like, if
Kaplan,
crimes, then time.
Yeah, pretty much. Kaplan said at a sentencing hearing on Manhattan federal court that he was not comfortable with remorse and cooperation being a get out of jail free card in the case so serious. Prosecutors have called Bankman-Fried's actions one of the biggest financial frauds in U.S. history. That's probably accurate. Ellison, 29, she's 29 years old, pleaded to 7 felony counts of fraud and conspiracy and testified as a prosecution witness in the trial of Bankman-Fried, who was convicted of fraud and other charges last year and is serving a 25-year prison sentence arising from the collapse. The crimes to which she pled carried a maximum sentence of 110 years in prison. So that was the max. Her lawyers had argued for no prison time due to her cooperation. Prosecutors sought leniency as well. PSR again. Oh, did he really? Kaplan sentenced Shaw. And you and I, Emily, we share this. Judge Kaplan, the bond revocation for Bankman-Fried, he was savage. And in the right way. Kaplan,
the thing is,
Ellison,
he gave him so many chances, but then when it was time to basically say you've used him up, he was like, "I'm gonna just bury this." Like,
well, do you remember when he violated bond conditions, and then the government said he violated bond conditions? And then the government said, but we don't think you need to revoke bond. And he came in and he was like, "Are you sure?
Are you sure? Yeah, I'm ready."
We can revoke the bond. Seems like you're asking me to revoke the bond. He's sitting there with the gavel, like just waiting. Like, I can do it. You don't want me to? I'll do it. But Kaplan told Ellison she was gravely culpable in this fraud, though he said her remarkable cooperation represented a fundamental distinction between her and Bankman-Fried. There's no way you're ever going to do something like this again. I'm persuaded, he told Ellison. But here's the thing. This was, if not the greatest financial fraud ever perpetrated in this country or anywhere else close to it. And that's the point. And we talked about this when it came to Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. Walk away. So
Yep.
Ellison crossed her hands in her lap, looked down at the defense table after the sentence was read. She earlier addressed Kaplan, speaking at a rapid pace and reading from a prepared statement. I don't fault her for that. That's nervous as hell. Not a day goes by when I don't think about all the people I hurt, said Ellison. My brain can't even truly comprehend the scale of the harms I've caused. That doesn't mean I don't try. Every time I thought about it, I heard Sam's voice in my head, Ellison told the judge, ignoring that voice in my head and speaking out would have been brave. Ellison said, beginning to choke up and sniffle. I'm sorry I wasn't brave. And that part fucking hurts to read. It's not, you don't like reading that. It's not fun, but again, sentencing has more to it than just correcting behavior in the future. There has to be an element of punishment for the conduct that you engaged in.
Still, that line sort of gets me.
It's
because I mean, we've all had moments where we wish we'd done better, right? I
know.
It's just hers had huge consequences that really hurt a lot of people.
I think when the judge is looking at it, it's not just that she was faced with one decision on one day. There was a scheme. There was something that had gone on for a period of time.
The thing is, it isn't, because a lot of the time it's you make that one decision.
You know,
everything after that is really just kind of snowballs from it. And so that first choice you make because it's the easy choice, right? It's the it gets somebody, you know, you're going along with what everyone else wants you to do. And then at every point, it's the easier answer to go along with it. And you're just kind of stuck. And it's tough. It does take some bravery to break out of that. And there's some interesting studies with how prisoners manipulate prison guards. Because prisoners are great at manipulation, right? So they sort of have methods that they've worked out for how they corrupt prison guards to bring drugs in and all of those things. And part of that is like figuring out ways to give the guards an off ramp. You know, if you screwed up, how do they have an off ramp that isn't just getting worse and worse?
Yeah.
But life doesn't necessarily give you an off ramp, right? And so sometimes getting out of that bad situation, no, it does take courage. It does take, and yeah, she came up lacking, but it's a very human thing to do.
It is. And I give it to the DA for doing the thing here. Without recommending a specific sentence, the U.S. Attorney's Office urged Kaplan to go easy on Ellison. I can't overstate the importance of Miss Ellison's testimony in convicting Bankman-Fried. This is Prosecutor Danielle Sassoon said Ellison met with them about 20 times to help them piece together the unraveling in making the case against Bankman-Fried. And I was explaining earlier in the chat before you jumped on, imagine having that resource in a prosecution like this, a complex financial fraud case, and having an insider who's breaking down the transactions, especially when you have signal communications that are being auto-deleted and she can recreate what transpired. I mean, that's critical.
I mean, there's just nothing like it, right? It's
yeah. So unlike Bankman-Fried, she's not cunning. That's a backwards compliment. No evidence she was driven by greed or that the appetite for risk was part of her nature. So her lawyer said that sparing her from prison time would send a powerful message about the value of timely, honest, and full cooperation with the government in cases of financial crime. You know what sentencing her does? Sends kind of similar message. When Bankman-Fried gets 25 years and that cooperation gets you 2 with a crime like this.
I don't hate the sentence. I think the sentence is actually, I've thought about it and just being like, what would I do? And I don't see that there's there's any better sentence. Normally you can sort of Monday morning quarterback a little bit, but I just sort of go, no, this is perfect. I think the judge nailed it.
She's going to bond out. I mean, not bond out. She'll probably get released before that 24 months is fully served.
Yeah, she's
and
not.
I don't hate that either.
Yep.
So I think that ultimately that's the right call. It's nice to see that chapter close, to be honest. You got SBF getting convicted 25 years, and you've got the chapter of Carolyn Ellison, who we've all kind of been wondering about, what's going to happen with her. That chapter comes to a close, and it feels fitting. 25 years felt fair for SBF, felt a little light in some regard, but fair. And Carolyn Ellison, 2 years for the cooperation she offered, also fair. Also, Diddy, be fucking warned. Like, Southern District of New York does not play around.
And you know what I would kind of like to see? Carolyn Ellison gets out. She goes somewhere nice, trip to Mexico or whatever. And sends Sam Bankman-Fried a postcard.
Oh, that would be so awesome. You know
Wouldn't
what?
it?
Send him a postcard with a signed copy of Michael Lewis's book. Like, just grab the book and be like, "You thought you hurt me?" Like, just sign it and send it to him.
Yep. Just I would be all over, like, yeah. I mean, hell, I might be down to fund the trip. If I don't know if she has any money when she gets out, but it might be like, hey, if you'll send a postcard and a picture, like, we'll make this happen.
That's pretty good. I don't hate that idea at all. I'm kind of a fan. All right, let's make sure I've got relevant chats.
I feel like she needs to be singing, like, "I hope it gives you hell" when she gets out.
It's not bad. Pretty funny. Let's see. EDB is always right. Rob's been wrong so much lately. False. That's false. Craft show in AM will catch replay. Oh, Craft mac and cheese show in the AM. Have you? I think Owen's new expert license revoked because of the organ storage locker. Read their friends. Why would he ask him expert now charged to consultant? I don't know a lot of that info. That's Boone related. I can look that up. Not a damn clue. But I guess we'll find that out. If that's true, it's going to be cross for the prosecutor if they testify. But if it's just a consultant, don't get to cross him. Chris, the limited edition, laughs, learning and so much fun. Thank you, Rob and Ian. Crazy Cat Queen, thank you very much. If she had been the one to turn SBF in, then sentencing might have gone leniently, but she didn't do anything until after law enforcement was involved. I think that's part of it too. 2 years be good for her. She'll be fine. I think 2 years is fine. She will be fine. She's 29 years old, which means when she's out, she's 31. She's not. That's part of the other thing is when the judge is looking at that sentencing, the judge is looking at how much of the person's actual life are they taking away. I think she'll be fine. Congratulations here for Rain McKellies.
Nice.
Off topic, but I passed the MPRE with a score far above any score required by a state. Thank you for being amazing legal role models. Thank you. That's awesome. Congratulations. Now onward and upward. And
I don't feel
another
it's
exam.
necessarily off topic when, somebody's got something to celebrate, because we love that.
Yeah, always. Marley R, the only way I can eat mac and cheese is with ground beef and cut up pickles. Try it. You'll like it. I don't hate that.
I kind of like it already.
I really don't hate that.
You had me at pickles.
I hadn't seen the news about Aiken. Aiken, South Carolina, apparently was wiped out or hit really hard in the hurricane.
I mean, I've sent some, some funds, but it's hard to figure out who to send things to.
And that was what people are posting the one that Peter is co-signed on with.
Okay.
In the chat. It's just tough. You don't know what to do. There's not a lot you can, and it's kind of a whole lot of bureaucracy and trying to get help to the people in the right place. Canonically Heat, thank you very much. Trader Joe's mac and cheese with Hatch green chilies. I will never object to Hatch green chilies ever in my life. Then put some Tillamook pepper jack on top. That does not sound bad at all.
You know what else is great in mac and cheese?
Hot sauce?
Hot sauce.
Yeah, that's what I do. Gen V, I don't eat mac and cheese at all. Can't eat the cheese. I like my father's cheap college meal, macaroni and tomato juice. Whoa, was my favorite side dish. All right. You know what? The heart wants what the heart wants. So
sometimes there's just those foods you love and they don't necessarily make sense.
Elise is asking when is the auction night or the action night? Address to send items. Why don't you fill people in on Extra Life for a second? I need a quick break.
Oh, sounds good. So Extra Life will be doing November 2nd. It's going to be a 24-hour live stream. So you don't have to miss it. I'm going to be trying to sort of invite people on, and basically just playing games, doing things. I got to do some more leather work. So I'm probably going to do some of that tonight. I might even at some point, duck out to the leather shop. I've got a setup out there now. But yeah, it'll be address to send things. My PO box, which is in my about, will work. So if you send stuff there, I can add it to the sort of auction. Peter's up to $48,000, matching funds up to $50,000. Where's the link to Peter Tragos's thing? We're going to cost him some money. Peter's apparently matching funds up to 50,000. So where is?
And I saw the mods are
where's
posting
the link?
Chat. The mods are posting it intermittently.
Okay. sctb/org.
Chris M96 5935. Runkle, are you getting robbed to do the hot ones or Natalie? Also, you had a story to share with Ian. I did have a story to share with Ian. It's probably a good time to do that. Let's see. Ian, check Signal. Check my group chat in the Signal.
Awesome.
So
we're going to cost Peter some money.
I'm all for that. That's a phenomenal idea. So I last weekend was golfing with friends. It was a guy's trip golfing, and I trusted one of my guy friends to create or set up the accommodations. So we golfed one place, another place, another place. We moved westward and south. And the first place we stayed was like the chat kind of described it as like a Dirty Dancing, like old school, like summer vacation retreat place that never updated, was always in the 60s and still smelled like it. And the next place that we stayed was an Airbnb.
Oh, son of a...
When I tell you that the road...
They have no country.
What?
They have no country feature. Oh, I'm annoyed.
Oh, so you can't contribute. Or is it just assuming US?
It won't process my card because it
that doesn't let you designate an out of US card.
Okay, we're gonna have to figure out a workaround.
I'll donate for you.
All right. Let me just send you some money to
or don't just I'll donate. How about this? I will split. I will donate half of what I would have donated to live the Extra Life. I'll donate to that.
Yeah, I can't ask I like what I was planning on putting down. I can't ask you to put down. So but
you don't know what I was going to put down. You also don't know what I put down in Extra Life.
Fair, but I will send you money. We can
chat about this. Yeah, we'll figure this out. We'll chat about it. So the second establishment was an Airbnb. And when I tell you that the road that we drove in West Virginia to find this place was a back road, I'm not kidding. There was a massive sign that said GPS navigation not advisable. Like just an actual sign. And about 15 minutes down this road, I'm looking at my friend and I'm saying, do you have something you need to tell me? Like, are we driving to the place where you are eventually planning to bury us? Like, where are we going? He says, no, when you get to the address, there's more directions, but I have those written down. This friend might or might not have also taken a gummy on the road. So
that's a bad idea.
It was a terrible idea. It was awful. So we're driving. We make it to the eventual address, and he starts reading the directions. And the first direction is go up the gravel drive. Cool, no problem. Past the first house. Got it. Great. Continue driving for a couple of minutes, and you'll see a fork in the road. Turn left. There's a fork in the road, but the gravel road that we're on, I mean, my truck suspension's being maxed out. Like, it's all over the place. Where are we going? You said this is an Airbnb. Like, this is, where the fuck are we going? So we're now going, and I see a sign on the left posted. I was like, oh shit. So got on the ground over there. Still driving on this road.
Like in somebody's shed, or
so we finally get up to a clearing, and it says you'll see a shop, a garage space at the front, and I'm talking like a old barn that looks like it's half repaired, and the Airbnb is on the right. So 10 minutes of driving down this gravel road, no idea where the fuck we are. GPS has no idea where we are. Our phones don't know where we are. We are in the middle of nowhere. And again, I'm looking back at my friend saying, do you have alternate plans for me tonight? Like, am I going back to my family? Pull up, and it's this lovely little cottage that's probably, been completely renovated. Like, it was probably one of these old shacks that existed on the property a long, long time ago, but it had been completely renovated. And I pull up, and I shit you not, Ian, there is a trunk in the ground, like a tree that's like just cut off, probably about this thing around. And affixed to this tree is an EV fucking charger. Like, electric vehicle charger is screwed and bolted to this damn tree, which is 15 feet from the shack that we are now staying in.
So they've got an electric tree.
They had an electric tree, and they must have had a Starlink or something, because there was Wi-Fi. Because once you connect the Wi-Fi, now the first time we were able to communicate with people from the outside world, and we did not get murdered. Lovely steaks, and enjoyed our stay very, very much so. But I was scared for a solid 15 minutes, just going, what the, when that was longer than that, probably 45, like going, what the fuck is happening? Where are we going? Why am I being murdered? I thought this is a golf trip. I know that sometimes I beat you in golf, but you don't have to take it that seriously. It was an adventure. Yes, Ian, I do. Do you want me to send to you now?
Yeah, I'm gonna send you cash to send to.
Okay.
I want to cost Peter some money.
He wants to get it on the ground floor and cost him money. Okay, hang on. I don't want to do that. That's making me look at my screen. Look at my screen. Okay, I'll look at my screen. Okay, now it's logged in. So that was my remarkable side quest. Ian, you damn rabbit holes. I am now, give me 1 second.
Do you want to be distracted with my entertaining side quest of the day?
Why don't you do that while I'm looking for this thing? Your post office. Tell me where your post office run.
So I go to the post office, and I'm just sending off the last of my sauces. I think they'll be glad to have seen the last of me for a bit. But I come out, and I just have I go out to my car, and I just have the horrible feeling, because when I go out to the car, I see that the door has been punched, and I'm like, oh crap, and I'm just like, so I hit my car door opener, and it does nothing. Like, I'm just like, crap. So I'm figuring, this is a real bad scene. And I sort of look through the, I'm about to go try the other door locks, but I just have a peer through the window to see, is there anything obviously damaged or missing or what? And I see that it's not my car. It looks like my car from the outside, but it's a very similar car. So now I realize that I'm like, oh, good. My car hasn't been broken into. I'm just at the wrong car. And then I realized that I'm sitting there peering through the window of a car with a punched out door lock. And it's like, and it's time to not be here.
Yeah. Now it's time to go a long ways away.
Yeah, I just thought it was like, okay, yep.
Yep. All right. So now that I have sent you the PayPal, I'm going to swoop and we are going to talk about Sarah Boone. Ready?
Yes.
All right. Sarah Boone. So as we have seen throughout the week, Sarah Boone had a motion to suppress that we thought was going to be forthcoming. And lo and behold, that motion to suppress was argued yesterday. No big deal. Trial begins on Monday. Let's go ahead and argue the motion to suppress the Thursday before trial. Cool. No stress, not at all. Now, the motion to suppress was about a particular interview. So I am actually going to take this a little bit backwards. I'm going to play part of this interview. We're going to hear the beginning of the interview, and we're going to hear and watch Sarah during this interview, because my aim is trying to figure out why we are so focused on trying to get this one interview suppressed. Not two. She did two. She did voluntary interview with the scene, and second one was done at the police station after she had given them her phone. So, what is it with this interview? Did you just PayPal?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I would have done that. It's fine. All right. Let me pull this up. Let me boost the volume a little bit, because these things are notorious for being quiet. Let me go do that. Make that screen go full. All right. So the interview of Sarah Boone, this is the interrogation that they're seeking to suppress.
By the way, never talk to the police, because otherwise you will have one of these hearings where you're trying to keep all the things you said to the police from going in at your trial.
Yeah. Even if it's, I like tomatoes.
Yeah, they will. You'll say, I like tomatoes, and it'll turn out that there is a, that there were like a bunch of tomatoes left at the crime scene.
Yeah.
And like, exactly. Now you're going to jail.
Just let us know if at any time you need more, okay?
How's the volume?
Quiet.
All right. Let me boost it a little more. Let's pull this. Boosty boost.
I'm going to have you sit in the green chair. It doesn't move. Appreciate you coming in. Yes, ma'am.
By the way, if you're ever in one of those rooms and you're backed into a corner, it is not a friendly
obviously, he received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again, because we have to talk about that. And since I'm talking about.
So we have to read you rights again, because that's what we're talking about. That part right there. So hang on, let me backtrack.
Well, it's because we have to talk about that.
Which is it, right? Doesn't that sound all right? And the chat's yelling at me. Swoop. I did swoop, chat. I swooped. You missed it. I swooped. So
it was an imaginary swoop, a mental swoop.
We can swoop again. I'll swoop again. Here, we'll swoop again. You know what? We'll put up a banner. We'll put up a banner that says what we're talking about, so everyone can know. I don't know why the audio sounds loud to me. Does the audio sound loud to anybody else?
No. It sounds the opposite. And somebody says that if you ask for a lawyer, it makes you look guilty. No. It makes you look smart.
No. Yeah, exactly. No, it's not a problem at all. All right. So here we go.
Every cop on the planet, when they end up in that room, they get a lawyer. Do what they would do. And don't let them talk you out of it.
Do you want to donate to general fund, food, disaster, back to school, or care fest? It's disaster, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right. Back to the interview.
About the incident, we just have to do it, just like we did yesterday.
Protocol.
Just like we did yesterday. Remember I read you the rights? Your rights? Yeah, so it's the exact same thing. But since I'm asking you follow-up questions, I need to read them to you, okay?
Sure.
All right, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
Everyone always answers no, even when they do actually feel threatened.
Correct.
And do you understand what I just read you?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay.
I don't know why this is happening.
So this morning we went to his autopsy, and we were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So
At this point, get out now.
Yeah.
So going into that, did anyone feel like there was anything the officer was doing at that point in time that made her feel like she was being required to answer these questions? Did the general tone of the officer in conveying that warning, one, did it feel like Sarah Boone anticipated it and was going to talk nonetheless? Yeah. Like it felt like he was like, yeah, this, we're just going to talk about this. Go ahead, go through your emotions. I'm no problem. We're going to talk about this. I'm going to cooperate. Two, the second that the very first topic this officer brings up is the autopsy report and injuries reported on the victim.
Time to go.
Just bye-bye. You're out. I'm not answering questions. See you later.
I want, so he's got scratch marks to his back.
I know what that's from.
Okay. And it's called
That was a bad answer.
Contusion is.
Yeah.
So like basically you're getting hit and then you get a mark from it. You'll get bruising. Like someone hit you or something like that. It's called a contusion. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder. He had a cut near his lip. We could see his mouth was a little.
I haven't laid a
swollen.
hand on him.
Okay.
I also too. He fell off my son's bike,
Okay.
so I don't know. And he's notorious for running into the wall or the hall tree. So
Okay. Okay. What about the scratches?
I think that was her very first question. That was the very first question that officer asked. I mean, that just like everything else was just the officer talking and Sarah Boone filling the room with words in response to non-questions.
The thing is that's often the case in interrogations. They'll just be like, here is this thing that we know, or which we think we know, may not actually be true. And then they just wait and see what people's response is.
And can we now see why maybe this interview, we might want to toss it out? He runs into walls a lot. He fell off my son's bike.
There's also sex.
Yes.
Okay. Because there's also like a scratch on the back of his neck, kind of going, but it's going straight across.
I have no idea what that's from.
And they're all recent. They occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago or 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, the night leading up to when he was.
In all honesty, we have not gotten into it.
Okay.
That's why, the only thing I thought you guys.
We had not gotten into it. Okay.
asked me about, which I was going to be honest with you anyway, are the scratch marks on his back.
Mm-hmm.
Everything.
Here's the thing: if you never provide an explanation
else,
to
I
the
have no idea what it is.
then they
No
have to
idea.
figure out every possible explanation.
Exactly. This is like the very definition of a cell phone.
Yep.
What it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over the house too, so.
Hang on.
Well, your son was there when? When was he last there?
Oh, gosh.
From my
week?
understanding, he was there like last Tuesday.
I don't know if it was Tuesday, but yes, he was there last week, so.
Well, we're talking about Sunday.
Yeah.
We're just talking about what occurred Sunday. Because like I said, the injuries are.
I'm gonna try and download it.
They occurred within that time period.
So you're talking about day before yesterday?
Sunday leading into Monday. You called us yesterday at 1, so, but the incident, you guys were painting and stuff the night prior.
Correct.
So we're talking about.
Painting and stuff. All right, I'm downloading the video. I'll pull it up and give me 1 sec because it's driving me freaking nuts, and I'm done with the. I don't understand what the
Sunday?
issue is.
And then
That's
into
why
Monday.
I'm thoroughly confused, because we had a good time sitting on the back porch, having wine and smoking a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play, and listen to music. That's why nobody got out of sorts. This is what's mind-blowing to me. Like,
Okay.
I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody.
He also had, like on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and on like his head and his skull,
I have no idea.
as if something hit him.
I
Considered
have not
force
touched him.
trauma.
I have not touched him. I have not touched him.
And how would you get those injuries?
Tell me.
Can we
we'll both
pause
know.
for a second?
I have not touched him.
Yep.
All of this stuff seems like it's not a big deal at the end of the day because she's just denying it. And here's the problem. She is going
Battered spouse.
and she's got to run a battered spouse defense. So she's going to be in there at trial saying, yeah, I did all this and I did it on purpose because I needed to in order to, defend myself. And the prosecution is going to be able to say, even though these statements themselves on their own are innocuous, they're going to say, so you were, in such danger that, now you feel it's okay to lie to the police, that. And it's going to make her a liar, even if the statements here are not, so this is tremendously damaging, even though the statements themselves don't really mean much. So
Now they don't automatically refute a battered spouse defense. These are things that could be consistent, but the thing is, it makes the jury question the defense.
And the jury is going to be sitting there. They're going to be like, when she gets up on the stand to testify about this, it's going to be, so you were okay with lying to the cops. So there's really nothing to stop you from lying to the, good men and women of this jury, is there? And, no matter what you answer to that, you're just stuck. It's these kinds of this never helps you. Whereas if she didn't give the statement, then they can't do that to her at trial.
Yep.
Yesterday, no when we took photographs.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't cut you.
Oh, sorry. There's just no there's no correct thing to do in an interview other than leave.
Oh, by the way, you'll be happy to know that Mr. Tragos has to fork out that amount of money more.
Excellent.
Of your overall body, and they did the buccal swabs. Did they go under your fingernails?
No,
Okay. Are you willing to let us
absolutely.
swab underneath?
And again, absolutely that refutes any claim that this was, compulsory.
Your
that
fingernails?
Go for it.
Okay.
I have no idea, and I don't.
Just
Want to seem out of sorts, but I have no idea.
I have it downloaded.
Yeah.
It's just quiet.
We had a good day.
On the download.
It was a good day. We've had good days lately. Even
See that part, that doesn't hurt her. That part right there. We had a good day. We've had good days. We always have. We've been having good days. That might be consistent with an argument of battered spouse defense.
Yep.
And
I
you
can
guys,
see.
I do see the lowering the quality. The video quality is down at 360p. Go to 144. We don't need to see it that much, but let's see.
considering everything that's going on with our jobs and life in general and ex-wives and everything, it's been good. Like, I don't even know where this is coming from.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
said
even
the
know.
last physical was probably, you said, I think, what, a month ago? Where you got the injury, right? You said that was a
I'll
month
say a
ago?
few weeks, give or take,
This-
yeah.
A few
Does
weeks.
help.
That was the last, like, physical altercation between
Because
the two?
it's the police corroborating that she's been injured before.
You said a month ago he hit you with a curtain rod.
Yeah, with the current rod. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either.
Wow.
Like, we've been good. I don't know if, like, it's since the last time he got out of jail. Like, we've been good, and he's been having his classes and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So,
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
the probation
he-
officer,
Oh, no, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. And I don't know if you talked to Brian about any of that, but most of the time when I flee, I go over there. So,
Right, but you're saying that you guys have been good, and when I asked you yesterday,
And that part completely undermines the battered spouse defense. That part right there destroys it. Let me replay it.
so
Yeah, they're gonna say like, "Why were you telling the cops everything was good?"
who's
Yeah.
been good.
Now, you guys remember, we talked about this before. Battered spouse defense is a caveat of the self-defense, right? It is an offshoot of self-defense where you are engaging in this conduct in self-defense. The only issue or the only caveat to this is the contemporaneous action that's being inflicted upon you. Is battered spouse defense is that you feel that you are in an ever-present state of this abuse and you are having to do this action out of self-defense because there's nothing else that you can do. This is the only action you have available to you to prevent the furtherance of the further harm that you're being inflicted. It's being inflicted on you. Listen to what she says.
And he's been having his classes and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So,
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
the probation officer,
Oh, no, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. And I don't know if you talked to Brian about any of that, but most of the time when I flee, I go over there. So,
right, but you're saying that you guys have been good, and when I asked you yesterday, the last incident that you could remember was the curtain rod incident, which you said was a month ago. So,
give or take,
right. So what do you mean by he comes after you? Like,
he gets belligerently drunk. Like, I don't know if you all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken. And
That's not helpful either. You just encourage them to look through your phone. I mean, they already looked through it. They're ready to arrest her. They were going to arrest her if she.
I mean,
stopped
they're going to
asking
look through it in
questions.
any event, but
And they already had.
if she had like a search issue or something, that is not helpful for sure.
No, she had videos from that night. She had videos from that night of him in the suitcase.
At one point, I started documenting everything.
Okay.
So you all will see in my pictures, bloody fingers, split foreheads, he split my nose. I've got this.
Right.
I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have almost I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, 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 really bad where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards for them to tend to it. From him poking me in the back of the leg.
Right.
So it's.
Then why are you still with him?
Everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him. Like I do. And I feel like I can help him. Like I feel
This
like I
is
could help
entirely
him, which I did
consistent
because
with abuse.
he came a really long way
Yep.
from where he was in Philadelphia
Just
to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
I've really helped him. I've bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state. I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him because I have.
You know how many of these things Mrs. Runkle has done for
And
me?
he was
0,
trying.
because I don't make her have to do these things.
I know. Now, this part is you can see how she's going to try and spin this going both ways. Problem is that the mutual abuse thing is going to be an issue for her, because there's incidents where she's the aggressor as well, like the instigator,
which is also
the
very
initial
common.
aggressor. So yeah, and if Kate, this is where I'm at. It sounds like it's toxic in both directions. That's correct. In which case, battered spouse defense isn't there. So I think there's about a half a minute more of this, maybe a minute more of this that I wanted to hear before going to the motions hearing. Because what I wanted you to get was the gist. Does any of this, I mean, Ian, you've been involved. You've seen motions to suppress. You've seen interviews that have been suppressed. Does any of this have the tone of something like that?
I mean, it depends. Sometimes you can have these friendly looking chats that do get thrown out because they've,
they were initiated in the wrong way.
Or, yeah, exactly. But I don't see that here. And the argument they make is pretty thin. I gotta say, it was a long shot argument. I don't fault the lawyer for making it because that's what defense lawyering is sometimes. But yeah.
And then he starts to think about things and I think he gets overwhelmed. And then it's like, the next thing I know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh man, I know where this is going to go. So I'm going to go upstairs and read a book, or I'm going to go for a bike ride, or I'm going to do something else where I don't want to drink. The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend, that's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to Lucas. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do. He doesn't know how to, I guess, maintain himself, where I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done. He can't process like that. He didn't process like that. So he would literally, not literally, but have smoke coming out of his ears. So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. So
there's a whole lot of speaking to drinking. So we're going to go back to the very beginning of this and just play it one more time before we get into her testimony.
Yeah, and the thing is when I've been drinking, I'm still able to do things the next day.
Well, did you watch her on the stand?
Yeah, it wasn't the worst it could have been, but
she observe her very carefully at the very beginning of this, because I did a double take when I watched her on the stand. I was like, I got to see this interview again.
Okay. I'm gonna have you sit in the green chair that doesn't move. Appreciate you coming in.
Yes, ma'am. Can I want to ask about these whenever we have a moment.
Sure. So obviously, he received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that. And since I'm talking about the incident, we just have to do it, just like we did yesterday.
Protocol?
Just like we did yesterday. Remember I read you the rights? Your rights? Yeah. So it's the exact same thing, but since I'm asking you follow-up questions, I need to read them to you, okay?
Sure.
All right.
All right. So we have to talk about that. I imagine that was in reference to the autopsy. She said the autopsy, we have to talk about that. It's the autopsy. And just because we have to talk about that, I have to do this, which is to read the rights.
So
And the thing is
you have
anytime
the
the
right to
cop
remain
is saying,
silent.
you know, we have to do something, but isn't ordering you to do it, you don't want to do it.
Yeah.
Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
And do you understand what I just read you?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So this morning we went to his autopsy, and we were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So I want,
Doesn't even ask a question. And she's saying where. Okay. So let's fast forward to yesterday. Now I'm going to apologize for the audio on this one because the audio from the witness stand is atrocious. So again, I apologize. I'm going to gain it up. I'm going to turn on closed captioning. Then we're going to go ahead and see if we can't reduce the quality on this one so that because we don't got to see faces, we just got to hear words. So Sarah Boone takes the stand.
And that's a choice in and of itself, right? But I don't see how they make this argument without her taking the stand. So
Yeah, you can't make the argument without her taking the stand. Now you can. That's the problem. And I
Not in
might
her
be a little bit of a
circumstance.
self-own because the standard is objective. It is not subjective. Her subjective knowledge or her subjective understanding going into this has nothing to do with whether the interview was, whether the statement was compelled or not. So this was a gamble. I don't like it because, well, as a viewer,
because
I
it's
like
bad.
it. As a lawyer, I don't. As a viewer, I like it. As a lawyer, I hate it.
I can't separate those two things out. I just hate it.
And would you please state your full name?
Sarah Boone.
Well, you're going to have to speak up or move the mic.
Sarah Boone.
Yes.
I like how her lawyer is already annoyed at her about 6 seconds in.
Where are you currently housed?
At the Orange County Corrections Department.
Have you been there since February the 25th of 2020?
Correct.
Was that the date of this interrogation that we're here for on this motion?
Yes.
All right. Let me take you back to the morning of finding George Torres in the suitcase. You called 911?
Yes.
Is it true that Detective or Deputy Kayla?
Dane Cook did an old joke about when you would go up to Burger King, not understanding why it always sounded like someone screaming in the microphone. Like just. I don't know if it's because Court TV came back and gained it up a lot later, but I know that his voice is awful, and it's quiet and loud, but we're just going to have to suffer through it a bit.
Rodriguez of the Sheriff's Department arrived.
Yes.
What mental state did you have at that time?
very confused.
What a strange question. Okay. I
It was very hazy. I didn't understand the monumental amount of people that were there and what they were doing with taking things from my home. I was worried about my dogs. I was worried about my son. I was in shock. I was traumatized by the situation, and then trying to focus on everything that was going on at my home. I was hungover. I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree.
Objection, Judge. Move to strike. This is
You got to
outside
pick
the-
one of those.
Now, other interview, it was I didn't drink very much. I think I had like 2 glasses of wine, or we split a bottle of wine. Now she's saying that she was hungover and possibly still drunk.
Well,
Which
now that
one are we
answer's
going
convenient to her.
Immediately, it just gives you the feeling like I don't know. Immediately, my feeling in this one was she is going to say anything she needs to say or want to say. That's just what's going to be.
I mean, I don't think you're wrong, but that's also kind of how this goes.
I couldn't believe she got up there and said that part. And now the prosecutor has a statement under oath where if she does testify at the trial, you have now 2 different inconsistent statements automatically. And however she testifies at trial is going to be a little bit different.
Yep.
1-1.
Yes.
Is it true that Detective or Deputy Kayla Rodriguez of the Sheriff's Department arrived?
Yes.
And for the folks in the chat, keep in mind as well, it's impossible
What
to testify
mental state did you have at
the
that time?
same way, like repeatedly.
I was very confused. It was very hazy. I didn't understand the monumental amount of people that were there and what they were doing with taking things from my home. I was worried about my dogs. I was worried about my son. I was in shock. I was traumatized by the situation, and then trying to focus on everything that was going on at my home. I was hungover. I was still, I believe, intoxicated.
I do hope her dogs are okay.
To a degree.
Objection, Judge. Move to strike. This is outside their motion to suppress. They have not made any allegations that her statement was involuntary because of her mental state or state of intoxication.
Response?
Judge, we're talking about, I'm just getting some preliminary information. Her interrogation is the next day.
Well, Mr. Owens, if her interrogation was the next day and you're trying to suppress that interrogation, how does this have anything to do with that? Like, this feels, I don't know. I wouldn't have gone down this road if knowing what the standard was and what the standard is.
He's doing his
I have
best.
no clue. Huh?
He's doing his best.
He is. Okay, this is pretty accurate. Just hearing her throw a bunch of buzzwords at the wall. Yeah, it's kind of what it is. I was confused. I didn't understand the gravity of the people that were around me. A lot. What is an interview the next day? Again, I go back to the fact that the interrogation that we're talking about was the next day. You're not trying to suppress this interview. You're fine with this interview. It's the next one you don't like. So why are we talking about this one?
The state has an obligation, and the case law cited by the state requires specificity in the motions. So it's not a game of 20 questions and a surprise.
Okay, this is the day before the interrogation.
I understand that.
We're not talking about an
But are
intoxication.
you going to be arguing anything in conclusion as to what happened on February 24th led to any coercive or coercion behavior on behalf of the Orange County Sheriff's Office on February 25? Are you going to bootstrap or link any of those things together?
The interrogation in the squad car and what was said to her prior to getting in the squad car that relates to what she said about it being routine protocol, yes.
All right, I'm going to sustain the state's objection.
Relating to the intoxication?
Yes. It wasn't raised in any of the 3 motions that have been filed.
Judge, I didn't ask her that. She volunteered
I
that.
understand it.
Okay.
Objection sustained and it's stricken.
Okay, that's part of striking.
Did you speak to the deputy about what had happened?
Yes,
Okay. And then were you asked to stay on scene?
by both, yes. By both detectives, yes.
Okay. How long did it take the detectives to arrive after you had spoken initially with Deputy Rodriguez?
It was not right away. I don't know specifically, but it was not quickly.
Okay. Did the 2 detectives, when they arrived, did they take over the investigation?
It was my understanding, yes.
No foundation for her to include any.
None of this is
Sustained.
valid either.
At some point, were the detectives directing you what to do and where to go?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain what the detectives told you as it relates to you getting in the car? Was the phone issue before the car?
Yes.
Sustained.
Let me ask you about the phone. When were you first asked about your phone?
From my remembering, it was once they arrived, one of the first questions that Hopesall asked me was if I owned a phone.
And what did you tell her?
I told her it was on the kitchen counter.
All right. And what happened next as it relates to the phone?
I believe that it was brought to her with someone else. I don't remember.
Sustained.
What was the next thing that you were
Lawyer's not
told
doing
or
great on
talked
the
to about
objections.
as it
Nope.
relates to the phone?
Unlock it.
Who told
And
you
it's
that?
not like the judge is being unfair.
No, because the judge is sitting here going, "Why are we talking about this?" If I'm Kranik right now, I'm going, "Why are we talking about this? This is the day prior. Why are we going down this road? What are you
Yeah.
trying to establish foundation wise? Because you're not getting anywhere. None of this has any bearing on what transpired the following day for the statement you're trying to suppress. We all know that they have the phone. We know that she, in this instance, felt like she couldn't move. Is there any question about what's transpiring right now? No, everyone knows. Why are we talking about this?
How did you unlock it?
She handed it to me and I unlocked it.
How do you unlock your phone?
It was with a passcode.
Okay. And when you unlocked it, did you give it back to the detective?
I did.
All right. Did you ever see the phone again?
I did not.
Okay. After that incident, was the next time you were spoken to by Detective Copesall was in relation to the interview in the squad car?
Yes, she told me I needed to go with her and Detective Lowen to her unmarked vehicle.
And did she
I want to draw attention to this. Lori in Connecticut, he's hopping on those objections. By the way, for those of you who watch trials and we comment about objections coming or not coming, lawyers are not idiots. Like trial lawyers, there is a decision to be made. What? Yes, some lawyers are idiots. Sorry, take that back.
Yeah, I mean, we just watched the Hannah Gutierrez read stuff, so
With Bowles. I understand that.
I mean,
but
Bowles has been outwitted by a hat rack before, so
yeah. Hearings without a jury present. So with a jury present, you're very judicious in how you're objecting. You don't want to appear too aggressive. You also don't want to highlight something to the jury that they wouldn't otherwise see. In hearings like this, in motions practice, holy crap. No, we hear a word come out of someone's mouth and we think they're going the wrong way. Objection. It is so fast out of your mouth that you are trying to rein everything in. So No, lawyers are really quick on objections, especially in a case like this, especially when you're talking about a motion to suppress. Yeah. Why'd you have to bring Bowles up? Bowles is.
Tell you anything about what was going to take place once
He
y'all
was
got
half
inside
the
the
SWAT
vehicle?
team.
That she was just going to be asking me general questions.
Was there ever any mention about normal protocol?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. What about once you got in the squad car?
I don't recall the squad car.
Okay. And that was recorded for the court to consider. And so she read you your Miranda rights?
Yes.
All right. Did you answer the questions?
I did.
Did they ever indicate to you that you were a suspect?
No.
Did they ever indicate to you that you were a person of interest?
No.
Did they ever refer to the videos that you recorded on your phone?
None of this matters. None of this matters.
Yeah.
Not for the case law. None of this matters.
From the night before?
No.
Were you ever questioned about those videos at the scene?
I was not.
All right, after they finished interviewing you in the unmarked vehicle, were you allowed to get out?
Yes.
Were you allowed to leave the scene at that point?
I was instructed by both to not.
Okay. And how long did you stay on the scene?
The entire time.
How long was that? How long did it take before the investigation was completed?
10 hours or more.
Okay. At some point, did they all leave?
Yes.
And at some point, did they tell you they were finished with the work there at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do?
I went inside my apartment and gathered a few things, and then I went to my former husband's residence where my son was located.
Okay, let's try
All
to.
right, and how far was
To pick up my phone.
There we go.
To pick up my phone.
Sorry.
She told me that I needed to come down to the sheriff's department because she was pregnant and asked me if I remembered about when I was being pregnant. And it would just be a lot easier for her if I were to arrive at the sheriff's department to pick up my phone.
They're allowed to lie
Was
to
there
you.
any discussion about you being interrogated at the sheriff's department?
No.
I don't have to tell you that.
Was your understanding the sole purpose of you going to the sheriff's department the next day was to pick up your phone?
Yes.
Doesn't
And the
matter.
sole reason for the change in plans from them bringing the phone to you was because Detective Kopsel was pregnant and not feeling well?
Doesn't matter.
So the next afternoon, did you drive to the sheriff's department?
You mean you voluntarily appeared there? You voluntarily took yourself and went?
Tell us, when you parked your car, where you went, what happened?
I parked my car and left everything as regular in my car and walked through the front door and went to the window asking who I needed to see, and they, I guess, rang them upstairs, and Detective Lowen came downstairs, and I thought I was supposed to be picking my phone up over at a particular window, and he says, no, your phone is upstairs, so we would just like for you to come upstairs, and that's where you can pick up your phone.
All right, and so did he escort you upstairs?
He did,
How did y'all get upstairs?
in an elevator.
And what was he wearing?
This firearm. Yep, there it is. I
He was
knew the
wearing
question.
a red shirt
Every time.
along with his firearm and black pants.
His firearm was on his waist?
The
It
entire
is
time.
always,
Okay.
always.
So y'all got off the elevator?
Every time there's always the question about the firearm. Every time it's the intimidation factor. It is in every motion to suppress I've ever read, heard, or watched in my entire life. Always the firearm. Did they have a firearm on the hip? Yes.
Where did you go from there?
He brought me into a very small room, and they had me sit down, and then from there I had a list of things that I was going to ask them that I might need to do or that I could do.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're at the beginning of the video. So listen to her testimony and compare it to what we just saw twice. So listen to her testimony right here, compare it to what was before.
So from the elevator, Detective Lowen escorted you directly into the interview room, and we've got the recording, the audio and the video. You didn't go anywhere else prior to that time. Was there any discussion that you made outside, any discussion between you and either detective about anything, the phone, questioning, anything before walking into that room?
No.
Okay. So directly off the elevator and walked into the interrogation room.
Correct.
And then we've got the video on that. Now, you and I have watched the video, correct? And you've seen the motion where I've referred to the questioning where she asked you to sit down.
Yes.
Do you recall that happening?
Yes.
Did that refresh your memory watching the video?
Yes.
Do you recall her saying that she had received the autopsy?
Yes.
Do you recall her saying, I want to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that, referring to the autopsy?
Yes.
This was prior to you being read your Miranda rights.
Correct.
And she also said, we're not done talking about the incident. You recall that?
Yes.
And then she said, we just have to do it.
Yes.
Read
How
the
did that
right.
make you
Yeah.
feel?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Also, objection leading.
Were you trying to comply with the officer's demands?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
In every way.
Were you trying to cooperate?
In every way.
Were
Leading.
you polite with them?
Very.
Leading.
And when she said that, we just have to do it, you said just like we did yesterday.
Leading.
And then you said normal
Recommended.
protocol.
Yes.
Is that what she had said the day before?
What do you mean?
Normal protocol.
Yes.
Had she said the same word? You said normal protocol to her.
I was reiterating to her what she had said to me the day before.
So she read the Miranda rights to you,
Except number 9.
except number 9. She read the rights and then she said, do you understand what I've just read to you? And you agreed that you had.
Yes.
But you were not read having these rights in mind. Do you agree to speak to me now?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I was not asked that question.
Is it fair to say that after she read the Miranda rights and after she said, do you understand the rights that I've just read to you, that she read right into the questioning?
She did, correct.
So she never got the answer from you. Do you agree to speak to us now?
I was never asked that.
Doesn't matter. Andy Peterson, that's a good question. I'll answer that in a second.
The way that she acted, the things that she said, the fact that they had your phone. Did you get the impression you were not getting your phone back if you didn't answer the questions?
Objection, irrelevant. Sustained.
Yeah.
Sustained.
She was in
Also,
custody?
AF.
Yeah, it's been conceded by the state in their response that it was a custodial
Okay,
interrogation.
but she wasn't aware of it. She wasn't aware she was in custody.
What does her subjective perception matter?
Well, under the circumstances, it would matter. I mean, she didn't feel she was free to leave. She was in an enclosed small space.
Now I see why this threw him off. Because they had gone through so much irrelevant bullshit that he didn't, and the DA hadn't objected. Like there was so much irrelevant stuff going on, the DA hadn't objected. So he thought he was fine in the territory he was in. So when he asked this question, the DA is like, I'm done with this and objects on the relevance ground. He's like, but we were just talking about all this other stuff. Problem is, all the other stuff was irrelevant too. Everything about this is irrelevant. So that's why the judge is so quick down this guy's throat. Like, none of this is relevant. Why are we doing this?
Space.
Oh, this is so frustrating. I'm sorry.
She was.
That all goes to whether or not.
She was being questioned by two lead detectives.
Oh, did you just shush the judge? Did he just let me finish the judge? Oh,
that's great.
That's
awesome. Oh,
sir, you're in danger.
I gotta hear that again. He did not.
Oh, that was a choice.
She was in an enclosed small space. She was.
That all goes to whether or not.
She was being questioned by two.
Didn't you hear him kind of catch himself and let me fit? And he didn't finish the word finish. He's like,
yep.
Let me fit. And he kind of realized what he had done.
You can also see, I mean, it's hard to see with the quality that we're watching here because, you know, internet and so forth. But the judge looks up and gives him a look when he does that. And it just stops him cold. Like he does not finish that.
Here, we're gonna risk it. We're gonna go back 15 seconds and just risk it because that was epic.
Yeah.
She didn't feel she was free to leave. She was in an enclosed small space. She was.
That all goes to whether or not.
She was being questioned by two lead detectives, homicide detectives. One of them was wearing a firearm. She was trying to.
Let me finish. The judge is going to let you finish. Like you're going to get your argument in. You can remind him that you need to finish your argument for the record, which I've had to do where a judge makes a ruling and says, Judge, I understand your ruling. I have to get this on the record. And the judge will let you do it. But it's one thing to kind of shut the judge up in the middle of your.
There are judges who will stop right there and just be like, let me remind you who runs this court.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a I would never, no way would I get away with that. No fucking chance. No way am I getting away with that.
Now I see somebody saying that, what is it? I see somebody who was saying, listen, this is the lawyer she chose. This is the best lawyer who is willing to work with her. I mean, to be fair, he's not awful.
No, he's not. He's not doing terribly. He's got a courtroom presence. Like the thing is, here's the thing I will say about him.
He can with what he's got.
It takes a pair. In a pair, you can have a lady ball pair, you can have a male ball pair. I don't care, but it takes a pair. Take some guts to to cut a judge off to make your argument.
And the thing is, I always like to remind people of this, which is that it's easy to look like you're an amazing lawyer when you have amazing facts, and it's really easy to look like a garbage lawyer when you have garbage facts, even if you're a good lawyer. And so, imagine you go to a restaurant. The guy who does my fermentation for me for the hot sauce, he had a little pop-up restaurant. I went in, the food was amazing because he's, working with all sorts of great ingredients. But let's say you go to a restaurant and instead of those great ingredients, they've got, stuff that they've had to dig out of a dumpster. The meal is not going to be fantastic. And you're going to think, man, this chef is garbage. But it's what they got to work with. This is the chef working with garbage. And so it's really hard to tell if he's, an awful chef or if he is, or if it's just that he could really use some better ingredients.
Peggy Reardon, I'm going to give you this point. This is fair. The YSL case, these cases, those are exceptions. They're not the rule. The YSL case,
I don't
the
understand the
prosecutor's
why.
demeanor in that case would get my ass thrown in jail. Like
Here's the other thing. The YSL prosecutor, the advantage that they have is that they're a prosecutor. And prosecutors get away with so much shit.
Yeah.
That like defense lawyers would never be allowed to.
True.
I thought they should have called a mistrial. I thought they should have
that lawyer should have been sanctioned. I'm tired of the words. I get the words. I like the words. They make me feel good when the judge like yells at the prosecutor, but I'm tired of the words.
If I was the judge, I would have said, listen, I don't think a mistrial is appropriate because you could have gotten it in through other means. But I am sanctioning $5,000 to the state and $5,000 to you personally.
Yep.
And you can go back to your office and tell them that that there's a price tag on this for every time you do this. We're putting a cost on it.
Yep, I agree. Hell, make them buy dinner for the inmates.
Cooperate as best she could. I think her
contraband. I know you can't do it.
You're gonna run into security problems. Like if you ever wanted to do like a thing of bringing in McDonald's for the inmates, you just can't.
I know, but it's a nice thought.
I mean, if I could, I might do it at some point, like at a prison, but it's just not possible.
Make them write on a chalkboard in front of all the defendants, like, I am sorry for violating your rules 100 times. I like those types of sanctions. Like bring in an old school chalkboard in court for one of the days when they don't have the jury there. Bring in an old school chalkboard, drag it in there, and give Adrienne Love a piece of chalk and make her write, I apologize for saying this. Like make her write it 25 times in there in court with all the defendants present. Just make her do it.
I like the idea in theory. I hate the idea when you actually get down to actually having a chalkboard, because then I'm just like, I don't want to hear chalk on chalkboard.
Right, just make it a whiteboard. I don't care what it is. Just
fair.
Just make them do a physical act of shame. All right.
Also, do you see the clerk in the camo?
I'm trying to figure out. I like the green. I mean, it's really pretty.
I'm just imagining she's gonna like pull out a shotgun and start shooting some ducks midway through this.
No, we don't do shotguns in courtrooms. We learned that with Poot.
Well, Poot does.
It's true. We don't want to repeat that. Okay. Let's see if this lawyer makes headway.
Her position is that she was coerced into answering the question.
What does that have to do with coercion? Those are all factors that under Ramirez as to whether or not it was custodial.
Well, I know some of the factors are whether or not the interrogation actually happens in a police station or not, or whether it happens outside a police station. So just that environment alone.
That goes to whether or not it was a custodial interrogation. I'm struggling with the connection on that being noncompliance with Miranda, coercion, or the third ground of voluntariness.
Well, I think it goes subjectively to her and what she was feeling, if she had a free choice or not, based on
subjectivity matter.
Excuse me, based on
subjectivity matter under the case law.
Based on the circumstances that she was dealing with at the time, whether or not she felt she had a choice.
But what does her subjectivity have to do with that?
It doesn't.
I believe it's relevant.
Objection's overruled. I'm sorry, objection sustained. I apologize.
The lawyer
Did you
had
understand you were not going to get your phone back until you answered their questions?
Again.
Sustained.
Did you have some questions for them at the end?
I did.
Did you feel like you had a choice in answering their questions?
Action.
Sustained.
I feel like
that
at this
day-
point they should just be like, objection, stop it.
It's kind of where he's running, right? It's just running in like a brick wall over and over again.
You came to the sheriff's department to get your phone?
Yes.
Did you know that you were going to be placed in custody?
Did not.
Objection.
Did you know that you were going to be arrested?
I did not.
Did you know that you were going to be questioned?
I did not.
Were you trying to cooperate with law enforcement based on her statements that you have to talk to us?
Yes.
Overruled.
Were you there answering her questions because she confirmed that this was normal protocol?
That was my understanding, yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Any cross-examination?
So that afternoon on February 24th of 2020, when Deputy Kayla Rodriguez arrived at your residence shortly after 1 p.m., you were under the influence of alcohol, correct?
Dude, first question out of the gate, comes in swinging. Boom. 1 o'clock p.m. You were drunk, right?
Yes.
You were impaired by alcohol, correct?
I don't know as much as impaired means. It did affect, yes.
Okay. And
And then she can't take these things back later.
I know. And that's the point. She can't take them back. So now you have an inconsistent statement that she made in the first interview and the second interview about the level of alcohol that she had consumed. So you lied in one of those. Which one did you lie in? And if you lied in one, how can we trust you to be telling the truth in any of them? This was such a bad move. That was such a bad move.
Yep. I
This
mean, the
is
thing
not
is,
worth.
as defense counsel, you're sitting here now because your client's up on the stand on a limited application. You've got to be ready to object to anything that is not relevant. But the problem is he was just arguing that her intoxication was relevant. And so now it's like, okay.
It was such a bad move.
Apparently she's hoarding cheese.
You know what? But, I go back to this. You did not need to put her on the stand. The standard was objective. You did not need to put her on the stand to make this argument. You can preserve your client's rights. You can make the argument. You can push like hell on this, trying to get it suppressed. You know you're going to lose, but you didn't have to put her on the stand to do it.
I think she wanted to be on the stand. At trial in front of the jury, she is going to get slaughtered.
This is, and the DA here is, you can already tell he is chomping. He knows she's going to testify. He is just chomping at the bit.
Oh,
he came straight out swinging.
He's prepping for this every night. And you know what? It's not just that. If he goes into another trial and has a real shit day, and he's like, man, my day sucks, I need to improve my day, he's going to pour himself a light glass of wine, and he's going to prep for the Boone Cross.
He might.
Because that'll cheer him right up.
Just, this could be a 2-day cross. No, you wouldn't even need to. For 6 hours, you can do all the damage you need to do.
You can do all the damage you need to do, but there's a line from Fight Club, we're past 2 hours. And the line is, this isn't love, it's sport fucking. That's what we're going to see if she gets up on the stand. It's going to be just, I am trashing this for, for giggles. Like, it's
I don't know.
Yeah.
And that was consumption from the night before, correct?
Yes.
So you did not go to brunch that morning and have mimosas or anything else to drink, correct? You consumed no alcohol in your home that morning, correct? So does that affect in any way your memory when you testify about the events that transpired between you and Detective Copesel that afternoon?
Ask one more time, please.
Did the alcohol have any effect on your memory of what happened between you and Detective Copesel that afternoon?
Now or then?
Then.
Did alcohol affect my conversation with her?
There's a jury instruction that says a witness's memory and perception is pertinent. And I'm asking you, did the alcohol that you were under the influence of affect your memory or perception of the events that you've testified to today that you said happened on that afternoon of February 24th, 2020?
So did they affect?
Wow.
My answer?
Wow.
Judge, I don't think she understands the question.
I don't.
Okay.
It's been asked 3 different.
It's not helpful. It's not helpful.
So we'll leave it at you were under the influence of alcohol that afternoon, correct?
Judge, I think she said she doesn't know what, she said that she had alcohol under the influence or impaired.
The objection is, the court does not entertain speaking objections. The legal grounds need to be provided. What are the legal grounds of your objection?
That's not really what happened because the prosecutor did a whole lot of speaking objections, and I think that's kind of. But I do get the fact he didn't really object to anything. He's just saying he said something bad, blah blah blah. She clearly doesn't want to answer the question because she doesn't know she knows that answering the question. Well, no, I don't think she contemplates what the risk is in answering this question. If you're hammered to the point where it's affecting your memory as of the time when the detective is interviewing you, then you can't remember shit about the night before. And then we're left with one conclusion. You put him in the suitcase, you don't remember doing it, and now you're second degree.
I know that she had said she didn't know what it was.
What are the legal grounds of your objection?
I'll withdraw.
All right, you may proceed.
All right. And you understand that you're charged with second-degree murder in this case, correct? You're facing a potential penalty of life in prison, correct? Do you understand that the score sheet minimum is probably about 22 and a half years?
I don't know.
Okay. And it is your desire to have these statements excluded from the jury's consideration, correct?
Judge, I would object to that.
Sustain the objection.
Your intent is to testify differently than you have testified in the statements in State's Exhibit 1, correct?
Regarding the,
I would object to that. I'm not understanding what the question.
He objects, but he doesn't get the right objection. Objection implicates my client's Fifth Amendment right, not testifying. Just because she's testifying at this hearing does not mean that she has to testify at the trial. So the suggestion that she's going to testify differently at trial is implicating her Fifth Amendment right. So I would say that that's the proper objection. He doesn't get there.
Mr. J.
Judge, a witness's bias is always at issue when they take the stand, and it's our position that her credibility for all the things that she has testified to today, that particularly the things in conflict with Detective Kopsel's testimony, and the court, of course, in a motion to suppress has to consider the credibility of the witnesses, and you are in the best position to do that. The appellate courts are going to be very deferential to you. It's our position that she's biased. She is charged with second-degree murder. She's facing life in prison. Based on the examination that both state attorneys and defense counsel and the state's expert witnessed today, it is the state's belief that she is intending to testify differently than she testified in the statements that she provided to law enforcement in State's Exhibit 1, and therefore she is biased in all the things that she's testified about today because it is her intent to get this statement, all these statements, or the statement on 225 thrown out, so that she is not going to be cross-examined and impeached with it so that she can testify the way that she testified this afternoon.
Response.
Judge, I agree with the impeachment about being under the influence. I agree with the impeachment about what.
Judge, that's the question, Stan. Let's look at the order pulled up.
She's facing, that she may be biased because she's facing potentially life in prison. He claims 22 years on the low end. I agree with all that. We just got through at the jail meeting with the state's expert who evaluated Sarah Boone. I was present. The two prosecutors were present.
What is happening? Why are we?
He can't be a witness now if he's going to question her about what was said during that evaluation, then he's putting himself potentially to be a witness down the road. I don't think that's proper cross-examination about what she said there versus what she's saying here.
Anything further? Mr. J.
I am not specifically asking her what she said that was different. And obviously, if I did and she testified differently, I would have to accept that answer. There's no way for me to extrinsically impeach her with that due to the brevity of the time frame that we have all been subjected to.
Now no one remembers what the objection was. No one remembers what the objection was. We are so far down the road of what the fuck are we talking about? No one remembers the objection or what we were talking about in the first place. And I dare you to ask Sarah Boone, remember what the question was I asked you?
But I do believe it's a fair question to ask her whether or not she intends to testify differently than her statements that are in State's Exhibit 1 and consistently with how she testified this afternoon, and that she understands it would benefit her if these statements are excluded.
So I'm going to sustain the objection based on how the question was asked. I'll allow you to revisit it based on how you just explained it to me.
You gave
No, basically he gets down to the point of you gave a different statement. You're going to give a different statement. I understand what he's trying to get at. Equality, I'm not too far off right now. I think he was kind of meandering. I don't know that he really knew where he was going with this one. The alcohol one, you saw he had a plan. Like he came in there swinging with the alcohol question because she's fucked. I mean, she just testified that she was drunk at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the day that the officer came to interview. And you recall the prior hearing where the judge basically said, you ain't getting battered spouse if you don't have the intention to commit the action. You can't do it accidentally. That was the ruling. That was the court's understanding. So if you're drunk and you yet form the intention to commit an act of self-defense, how did you do it? I don't know. That her case is so screwed. And the judge enters the order on the motion to suppress. And no shocker here, but the motion to suppress is denied for looking back at the other statements that were made throughout the process. I mean, we went through the video itself. The video itself, there's nothing in the video that suggests that she was intimidated or coerced to make the statements themselves. Everyone admits it was an in-custody interrogation. But were the statements coerced? No, they were not. So they go through the history of it. I'm going to read you your rights, but it's just because that's how we do things. Okay, do you have the right to remain silent? Okay, do you understand that? Yes. Anything you may be using against you, blah, blah, blah. Do you understand what I just read? Yes. So that's the first day. So it goes back to say Sarah Boone knows the routine. This has been asked of her before. She understands the rights have been read to her. She continues to give the statements. Then the judge goes to the February 25th interview, which proceeds almost the same way. Cupsel. Let us know if you anytime you need water. Okay, I'm going to have you sit in the green chair. Appreciate you coming in. Yes, ma'am. I want to ask about these when we have a moment, referring to pre-prepared written questions. So it already suggests that she was going in there with the intention of giving a statement, even if the statement was in the form of a fucking question. It's a statement. So you're offering something before the judge, before you're even being asked a single question. Sure.
And people have been convicted for asking questions.
Yeah.
It's real easy.
So, sure. So obviously he received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that. And since I'm talking about the incident, we just have to do it just like we did yesterday. So I will give her the point that we have to talk about that is likely in reference to the autopsy. We received the autopsy. I'm going to read your rights because we have to talk about the autopsy. And since I'm talking about the incident, we have to do it again. We have to do it just like we did yesterday. Okay, fine. I'll concede that. Defendant, normal protocol. So she has an understanding that she is being read her rights and that she's giving voluntary statements. Just like we did yesterday. Remember, I read you your rights. Yeah. Yeah, it's the exact same thing. Okay. Detective Capsule. Okay. So you have the right to remain silent, yada, yada, all the way. Anyone threatened you or made, promise you anything to talk to me? No. Do you understand what I just read to you? Yes. Was the Miranda warning sufficient? Goes through the existing case law, and we've already talked about this in prior streams. You don't have to ask that final question. That's not what Miranda says. You don't have to say, and understanding your rights, do you agree to talk to me? No, the action of talking after you have been read your rights is an indication that you consent to speaking. Rights can be waived not just by acknowledgement, by openly acknowledging I am telling you that I'm going to answer your question without my lawyer here, but by talking, period. Hell, you know what? This isn't even the most shady thing. Ian, I don't know if you've probably seen these cases where in a cop car, right, they read Miranda, and in the cop car, the defendant says, I'm not going to talk to you. I want my lawyer present, right? In the cop car, that happens. And what do the officers do? They don't continue asking questions. They just continue driving down the road. But the officers engage in a lovely discussion between themselves, not asking questions of the perp in the back. They talk with one another, and they're having a chat about, how gruesome that murder was. And man, it really would be easy if it weren't for, the nail we found under the carpet or something like that.
That can be a problem, depending.
It can be, but I've also seen cases where that gets not thrown out and it gets upheld by the appellate court, depending on what's said. If the defendant is aware of their rights and is not being asked the question and offers a statement, the Supreme Court of the United States has said that's fair game. So the standard's pretty damn high. Now, the lawyer did a good job of throwing shit at the wall. The thing that I hate is one of the things the lawyer threw against the wall was Sarah Boone taking the fucking stand and testifying under oath.
I mean, I'm pretty sure she insisted on that.
So, surprise, surprise. The amended motion, and the second amended motion. Oh no, Judge, I'm sorry. It's supposed to say amended, right? Like I'm not on drugs. Amended, not a word. Judge, your autocorrect is not autocorrecting. The amended motion, the second amended motion are denied. Trial proceeds on October 7th. So October 7th, we start selecting a jury. Bring on the fireworks because holy shit.
Sorry, did you say October 2nd?
7th.
Oh, 7th, yes.
Yeah, Monday. So that's going to be the fireworks there. We're going to have interesting
jury selection won't be televised.
No. Likely opening statements are beginning likely Tuesday, maybe Wednesday at the latest. I can't imagine it's going to take that long to select a jury in this case. The incident took place so long ago. So we'll just have to see. I can't even imagine. This is going to be interesting. Let's play a little catch up here. Brad, I started this because it made me laugh. Do you ever wake up and just scream objection in the middle of the night? No, but I'll yell at the kids non-responsive when they give me answers to questions that I didn't ask. Or when it's like, what were you guys doing outside? You're having fun. Non-responsive. Like objection, non-responsive. Tell me to answer your question. Answer my question. And every now and then people will use hearsay in a completely inappropriate way when talking to me. All the time. Analytical Barney AB, happiest of birthdays to the best human on the internet streets. Sandy, I just adore you and appreciate all you do for everyone. Happy birthday to Sandy, indeed. Kenny Peterson, is the defense attorney testing the waters on having her on the stand? No, you don't gamble. No, I don't risk putting my client under oath and having them give incriminating statements in a fucking courtroom to test them out. Because everything that gets said in that, this is the other reason I started this question from Tomato Cheeks. Can they use this during trial? Everything she just said right there is a statement that she made under oath. Now they can use it to impeach her. The verdict's out as to whether they can use it in direct. I don't know that they can use it in direct. They can use the interviews, but I don't know they can use it in their case in chief. But if she takes the stand, you better believe they're going to bring that up. Tammy Kangas just wanted to say thanks to both of you. I love it when the two of you join up. I learn something new every time. Thank you, Tammy. Much appreciated. Baby Gator. Apparently, Sarah has caught the Canton brainworm, a phrase coined by Mr. Ian Runkle.
I have shirts with the Canton brainworm.
I love it. That was a great thing.
I want to get some like patches so that the next time I do like 3-gun, I can rock like a Canton brainworm patch. I'm going to go grab some of my favorite patches. I'll be right back.
I think it's a great idea. Amy T, second time hearing read a book. I heard Amber Heard 2 times. Yeah, it's a bad thing to hear over and over again. Bop It, thank you for gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Fiona, thank you for gifted memberships. Much appreciated. DSN, thanks to who gifted me. Probably Bop It or Fiona W. They deserve the thanks. Indeed. DSN gifted a membership right back. Look at you, returning the gift. Gotcha. The Frankfurter gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Derek Thaxton, thank you for the gifted memberships. Joshua, thank you for the gifted memberships. You're a mod. You shouldn't be doing that, but you do all the time, and I very much appreciate it. Bop It, 832. Good thing I was sitting down. 832, getting close. I'm going to keep that on time streak going. Robin Day, lived in North Carolina. Go Duke. Oof, sorry. But, you can stick around. Found out it'll be September 2025 before the road to the family, around an hour from us, is fixed. We were lucky to got power back in one day. Oh my God, that's crazy. It's going to be a long time before that area recovers. Michelle, my birthday is Sunday. Happy birthday to everyone. Happy birthday indeed. J. Me, new member. Thank you. Dr. Bullbutter. No, that is awesome. Cowabunga, it is.
I also have Indoor Summer Camp.
That's awesome.
And my favorite.
Take it, my stapler. Nice. Phenomenal. Great. Dr. Bullbutter, happy feast of St. Francis. All pets celebrate. Happy feast day indeed. Megan Runzer, it's craft dinner, all Canadians. Oh, sure. Craft dinner. Vez, preparing to become terribly old next week. False. Not terribly old, just wiser. More wise and, more experienced in life. Happy early birthday to you, Vez. Hope all is well. Canonical Heat, thank you for gifting memberships and for all the support of the channel. Baby Gator, thank you for gifting memberships. Steve A, but flat sheet haters aren't reasonable minds. I agree. Baby Gator, Owens is fighting hard for his client, but some of his arguments break my brain. Yeah. And you can tell the prosecutor let him go a whole lot without objecting, because the prosecutor's like, this doesn't hurt me. When she's making these statements, I can use these against her in the future. Let her talk. But do you have any doubt in your mind that she, by today's, every speculation we've had about what she would do if given the opportunity to take the stand has just been completely confirmed? Like she is.
She's just going to be awful.
Open up to 19 million collateral attacks. This is going to be one of the most brutal cross-examinations to ever exist. Like worse than Sam Bankman-Fried's. Holly, thank you. Heading to the homecoming game, so we'll have to catch the replay. Always welcome. Love the replay crew. Wish us luck. The kiddo is up for homecoming court. Hopefully, he got it. He has ASD and he won his freshman year. Hopefully, he bookends it senior year. Hopefully, all that went well. And I hope you enjoyed the game and the festivities. Light Queen, thanks for being a member for 11 months. Good evening from Van Isle, Canada. So glad to have an FNF tonight. Me too. I'm glad to be back. Shanta,
Vancouver Island is so beautiful.
it's all that area is gorgeous. Shanta, thank you. Hope to see Runkle tonight too. You get him on. He's on the screen right there. This is obviously a little while ago. R. Bauer, thank you. Wow, 15 months, best friend ever. Glad to have you here, my friend. Tough Cookie, thank you for gifting memberships. Much appreciated. Megan, aka Meg, is autistic. Thanks for keeping me entertained and informed. I try my very best. Caden Banford, thank you for being a member. Would honey work in a hot sauce for sweetness? Oh, yeah. They have hot honeys for that reason. Apple Silver, have you been recognized as a YouTuber in public? Yes, like a couple times. Rarely. It's a very weird thing. One time was in court or in the courthouse walking a client out. And that was very uncomfortable. You've been recognized, Ian. More than once.
Occasionally. Yeah. Gun ranges are. So it used to be that I could go to a gun show and walk through the gun show and like an hour, see the stuff I want to see, and step out. I told my wife I'd be back in like 3 hours when I went to the gun show, and she's like, no, you won't. It took me all day to walk around the room because, yeah, people were stopping me.
That's cool. That's cool. Tyler F., thanks for being a member and becoming a member. Kimchi, okay, but we need Runkle's curry making opinions. I imagine it's hot. Like hot.
I like curry. I don't really. I've never actually experimented with making it, so I should.
Patty Hoffman, is Rob donating any pens for Ian's Extra Life? I have to find them. I think I have a few that I have. The lathe is not set up yet. That's a goal for this coming week. So, assuming I get the lathe set up, I can do that. I will tell you, I am stretched on a lot of obligations that have to go out my door. I don't know how Ian finds the time to do what he's doing because I've
given up on sleep and recreation.
I have lost just about all the time I could ever imagine. So, I was looking for something. I will try, Patty Hoffman. Morgan, I'm in Charleston. Rob, were you trying to get to somewhere near White Sulphur Springs? No, I wasn't. I was not. I imagine Charlestown or Charleston. There's a Charleston in West Virginia that's not Charlestown. Charleston is a city in West Virginia, so is Charlestown, West Virginia. I'm going to get confused. No, I wasn't. I was in West Virginia for just a short time and then back into Virginia. I enjoyed the trip. It was phenomenal. Sandy, thank you for gifting memberships. Much appreciated. Lady Drake for gifting memberships. And XCDA, thank you for being a member. Yay, just starting into terrible twos. For 24 months. I get it. That took me a second. I'm sorry. That was slow on the uptake. That's the fact that it's midnight, 11 a.m. my time. That's my mistake there. Deanne B, 9 months already. I love it here. Thank you, Deanne B. Much appreciated. Dina Kawaji. Let me say that again. Dina Kawaji. Thank you for gifting memberships. PJ10. Did you see Diddy fired his attorney and hired SBFs?
I didn't think he fired an attorney. I thought he hired a new one.
He hired a new one. He didn't fire. He hired a new one for a good reason. AKA the cat lady. Issue is the previous body cam vids from the times Sarah got George arrested coming in. And Sarah used the same phrases. And it's clear that Sarah is lying. And he always had injuries / coherent story. Plus the ex says she's a violent drunk. I think she's going to have a lot more than just that. Like if she takes the stand, I was not kidding around about a 2-day cross-examination. You are talking about an absolute utter destruction.
Oh, they'll go to town on her.
It will be one of the one of the craziest crosses you will ever see. It will be one of the most unbelievable. I imagine that DA will have.
It's going to
probably
be
his
stop,
whole
stop.
staff.
She's already dead.
Well, it's going to be his whole staff is going to be sitting in that courtroom taking notes. And after that, the DA is going to be like, please, God, give me about 3 hours to go and look over these notes, because the pages of notes from her testimony are just going to be crazy to go through. AKA the cat lady, which had 0 DV charges before Sarah. I don't weigh that too heavily, because I've seen enough to see the other side of that sometimes. Where it doesn't take much. Those things can come out of nowhere. But I do get the point being made, and I do see in the court records that there's a whole lot of what you would kind of phrase as mutual abuse. Equality, 2 whole years. I can't believe I've had a channel for 2 whole years. So I love it. It's phenomenal. I think it's fun. It's great. I love talking about the law. I love the friends I've made. I love the people I hang out with. It's one of my favorite things. It's amazing where the time goes.
It's like, oh, right. Hey, it's such a weird sort of, weird sort of job and weird sort of role. So, yeah.
And Morgan is clarifying for me. Charlestown is up north. Charleston is the capital. Thank you. I knew I was confusing it again. Late night brain. So I'm sorry. But where is that protective order argument? Thank you for the correction. Sean Combs. So oddly enough, let me swoop real quick. Diddy is the last topic of the day, and we're just going to touch on this briefly because Diddy is in a whole shitload of trouble that he's just going to keep getting in trouble. I'm not talking about the 120 new cases against him because everyone's been talking about that, and I don't really have a whole lot to add. Similar allegations, except this time now we have the allegation made more solidly that there were minors involved. And as we've speculated all along, the list of individuals that are going to be implicated in this is far vast and encompasses everything from politicians to celebrities to Hollywood elites to people in corporate worlds. So it is not surprising that there's a whole shitload that's going to come of this. So the question remains, what are we going to do about Diddy for the time being? Is he staying incarcerated or not?
So far he is, and that's a good thing.
So far he is. He's currently incarcerated, but he has appealed that bond denial.
Yeah, and that's going to go about as well as, at least I hope.
Oh, you're ruining it. Let me see if I can't pull the docket up. So we got the transcript, the acknowledgement notice. Jason Anthony Driscoll or Sean Diddy Combs. And then we've got different forms. Mary Christine Slavic. And Mitzi Steiner for the United States, both added. Mark Agnifilo, Anthony Rico for the appellant, Sean Diddy Combs. So we have an appeal being heard of the detention. And as it was reported, let's see. Diddy hires Sam Bankman-Fried's attorney for legal representation. This is coming to us from Cryptopolitan. But the names I'll check out. So, Sean Diddy Combs, currently facing federal charges for sex trafficking, kidnapping, and racketeering, has decided to hire Alexandra Shapiro, the same attorney representing Sam Bankman-Fried. Shapiro is a white-collar appellate lawyer known for her experience in high-profile cases. She once clerked for former Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and now she's working to defend Combs in what is shaping up to be a huge legal battle. Combs and SBF have more in common than just Shapiro. Both men are being held in Brooklyn's MDC. Oh, it's cute.
Everyone's
After
making a
two-
big deal about they're like held together in the same area.
They don't see each other at all.
I don't think they're seeing each other.
No, that place is huge. However,
But if
would be
Diddy
funny.
ends up losing all of his money on bad crypto investments, I'm okay with that.
oh my God, that would be so.
Wouldn't that be funny as hell?
It would be just poetic. You know what? No, I don't want him to do that. I would like for him to lose, not all, because I'd like for some restitution to come out of his trial.
Well, the government has basically made shots to
Yeah. Combs and SBF have more in common than just the fact that, so they're both sharing MDC. After two judges rejected Combs' $50 million bond offer, he was placed in the same dormitory as SBF. Oh, so they are in the same dormitory. They're in the same area. That's interesting and funny. Shapiro has been representing SBF on appeal after he was sentenced to 25 years in prison for fraud, money laundering, and conspiracy. Shapiro's defense strategy includes a 102-page brief she filed last month, arguing the trial judge unfairly excluded evidence that could have been beneficial to SBF. Like what? What? What was going to help him in that situation? I'm very curious. It's unclear whether SBF recommended Shapiro to Diddy, but oh, come on. You got to be kidding. SBF. That's funny reporting. It's unclear whether SBF recommended Shapiro to Diddy, but the rapper's decision to bring
we have
her
no
on,
fucking evidence whatsoever.
exactly. That's fucking hilarious.
We're
But the rapper's
we're
decision
just making some stuff up here.
to bring her on the team is not a coincidence. Oh God, what are we going to speculate now? Whether her expertise will turn the tide in Combs' favor remains to be seen. Did they just make this statement just without any support?
Yeah, this whole story appears to be like zero.
That's hilarious. Yeah. Diddy's life behind bars and denied bail. All right, we knew this. Court documents so he offered the property with $48 million, pledged an additional $2 million of his mother's Miami home, so $50 million bond. Judge shot that down, labeling him a flight risk. That's not really all of it. It wasn't the flight risk that got him kept in detention. It was the witness intimidation factor that was one of the big things. Legal team tried a house arrest option, asking the court to keep him at home under strict conditions. The court denied the request, leaving Diddy stuck in jail alongside his new best buddy. This is terrible reporting, but it's kind of funny. Sources say Diddy was placed on routine cell phone aliving watch. Meanwhile, SBF's crypto empire, once valued at tens of billions of dollars, to collapse under the weight of what the judge called his poorly executed fraud. So, what are the chances of Diddy's appeal going anywhere? My opinion, nada. So right now you have appearances being made by the parties. You don't have an initial brief filed yet. The appearances were made October 1st. So we're still waiting for the initial brief for the appellant, which would be Sean Combs. I imagine that will come within the next 15 days or so. They have 30 days to file that brief, I believe, under the rules. And then I think there's 30 days to respond to that. The transcript's been received, so everything is there. Now we're just waiting on the appeal. Is it going to happen? No, I think the judge is given broad discretion in setting of bond conditions. Oh shit, we have the transcript. The entire transcript has been filed from the bond hearing. I didn't see this. So they actually filed the whole ass transcript. Ian, you want this? You want to look at this and see if you want to talk about it Monday?
Oh, absolutely.
I'll send it to you. Because we had been, we had relied on Intercity Press's reporting on this, which is solid. But seeing the actual ruling or seeing the transcript of the argument, how many pages is this damn thing? 68? Yeah. Wow. Who's the judge in this one? This wasn't Kaplan. This was. I should have sent it to the court. They're not asking me to do anything. What's the court do in the pre-sentencing posture? I think Essex County would be preferable to MDC. Oh, they didn't want him at MDC. I remember that part, but I didn't see the debate about this. Recommendation. Yeah, the judge isn't going to get involved in where they're going to house him. Very rarely, no. Status conference October 9th. Yeah, Diddy's going to spend basically every dollar he has to get his ass out of jail, because I can tell you from.
Oh, I mean, this is one of those things where it's like you break open the piggy bank.
Oh yeah, these pre-trial days. Sorry, Wolf Kiara, that's my fault. These pre-trial days, like post-indictment, prior to his trial, they're the last days I imagine that Diddy is going to be walking around, or could have the potential of walking around free for quite some time. And that's the part that he's really going to be focusing on very, very, very much. He wants to get out of jail because he wants to walk around free for these last few days. The problem is, the more that these allegations keep getting brought up, the more that these lawsuits keep getting filed, the more that keeps coming down on Diddy, the more that the judge is going to be like,
there's like hundreds of
120. It was 120. Let's see. I can pull up the article real quick. Who do we trust? We can go with the AP for this one for right now. Not that I trust them that much, but they're better than nothing. Sean Diddy Combs accused of sexual misconduct by 120 people, attorney says. Attorney said Tuesday he's representing 120 accusers. That's a fucking class action is what that is. Who've come forward with sexual misconduct allegations against Sean Diddy Combs.
Is it insane that we're looking at a class action sex assault?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
should it have stopped a long time prior to that? Uh-huh.
That's just wild.
Houston attorney Tony Busby, who also represented Ken Paxton, from my understanding, says he expects lawsuits to be filed within the next month. The most expected to be filed in New York and Los Angeles. Described the victims as 60 males, 60 females, and the 25 were minors at the time of the alleged misconduct. One individual alleged he was 9 years old when he was abused. Allegations cover a period of 1991 to this year. I mean, you want to talk about fighting legal battles on every front imaginable. Couldn't have asked for it to happen to a better guy. Just Not possible.
Oh, I mean, I'm so. I wish Diddy a very long, a very long life in custody.
Yep. Isolated from a lot of people. That's the thing right now is I am still waiting on this superseding indictment. You know that there's going to be some snitches and you know that there's going to be more charges. It's just a fact of life. There will guaranteed be a superseding indictment and I cannot wait to read it. Well, I'm going to have to break out some scotch to read that one because I think it's not going to be the most fun thing in the world to read. But would you like to see a palate cleanser? That was rhetorical. I know you want to see a palate cleanser.
I want to see a palate cleanser, possibly even 2.
There's 2.
I know.
I know you know. So Sandy, who just celebrated her birthday herself. These are the puppers that have likewise just celebrated birthdays. She sent me that picture. 15 and 10. 15 and 10. Very cute. Very handsome young gents. So there's your palate cleanser. So let's catch up on this stuff. PJ10, did you see Diddy fired the attorney? We talked about that. Didn't fire, just hired appellate counsel. Krista, limited edition. You could always auction a pen and pencil set and make it when you have time. Just saying, LOL, I donated tonight. Runkle. Heart, good luck with your goal. Thank you, Krista. That's a great recommendation.
I got to get back out to the leather shop and make stuff.
You've got a weekend. These are things we do on the weekends.
I should. I might actually be able to get some stuff done.
Morgan, thank you. Thought you might be, we were golfing at the Greenbrier. I have golfed the Greenbrier for my dad's 60th birthday. It was last time. It was a lot of fun. I love that course. It was great. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful campus or area. Helen Nichols, love the way you two break everything down for us. Thank you very much, Helen. Much appreciated. Trish, 818, woohoo, happy Friday. Happy Friday indeed. I have questions. Always enjoy your legal commentary and FNF fun. All right, folks, that's going to wrap it for this. For me, Ian, you're talking on Monday. You've got the Diddy Sorry, that was out of nowhere. The Diddy transcript, which I'm going to send to you now.
And it sounds like if it's jury selection on Boone, then I probably won't be doing a recap of that because it probably won't be televised.
Are you doing recaps?
I think I'm going to do some recaps.
Good. That's perfect. Because I was debating it, and I don't know that I can. But if you can't for a certain day, maybe I can jump in on a day when you can't. I would love for you to take lead on this one. The Take Care of Maya recaps damn near killed me.
They are brutal.
But the recaps, the thing about the benefit of the recaps is it's so much easier to recap it than it is to cover a full damn day. Do the live and to break down what you thought was important or not. So I love doing them. They were great. Condensed the whole trial day. They're exhausting. Magical Mary, have a wonderful weekend. Thank you, Magical Mary. So keep an eye out for Ian doing recaps. We'll see. You know, I'll chat about it. That case
I got to decide.
Be
I mean, they do get rough to do.
It's a commitment.
It's a commitment. And I do have the day job. Also, technically, I'm in court on Monday, but it's not going to be me attending.
I'm in court on Monday.
It's the case of Runkle v. Alberta.
Oh, it's that one.
They gave me machine guns, but they didn't give me enough machine guns. So I'm suing the government for more machine guns.
Solid. I mean, I can see this being a logical argument. I'm with you.
It's actually, I think, a solid argument, at least on, I'm not asking for anything dumb, but some of it is going to have to create new law. because some of it's based on a constitutional argument.
Oh, I'm in court on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Oh no. Next week too. Oh shit. Okay. And the week after that. Why not? That's what we're doing. That's what we do to ourselves. I love this job. I do very much. But holy crap, is it exhausting. So, all right. Ian, you got Monday stream coming? You have any new videos you want to talk about?
I just put out a video about a case where they were suing over a shooting. They wanted to sue Smith & Wesson for failing to make every gun that they sell a smart gun. So that got shot down in flames. I'm also going to cover some other... I've also got some other stuff I want to cover. There was a police officer who was just recently sentenced to, I think it was 7 years. And another police officer who was sentenced to a temporary demotion. But the other thing I will say is the Gundies is open for nominations.
Oh, is it?
And so, you know, go ahead and, or I encourage people to nominate me. Because, yeah, it's, I enjoyed the Gundies last year. I'm hoping that they feel the need to, or feel the cause to drag me out. Somebody says, what's a smart gun? A smart gun is a gun that, in theory, you can only fire, what is it? If you're the authorized user.
I see that. That's a terrible idea.
Yeah, it is real dumb. But
that's like that.
Yeah.
What was the movie? Hobbs and the Sean Hobbs. They make the concept is made in movies a bunch. I just don't see how it can practically be done. So, yeah. Anyways, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, my friend. I was just trying to think about how that would work. You're distracted. Ian. Earth to Ian.
Sorry, I'm distracted.
Okay. All right. On that note, good night, everyone. Thank you for being here. Much appreciated. Hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Go out there, make something feel better.
Somebody did ask, am I doing anything, like any bonus streams over the weekend? I'm going to try to make it into the shop. And when I try to make it into the shop, I'm going to try to stream that. I got a new camera for that.
Yep.
So
got to get that up and running. It's up and running. It's already up and running. You just got to play with it more.
It gives much better views, like, because the old camera was really fuzzy when looking down at like a leather project. This one is a much better, much clearer view. So, yeah.
So keep an eye out. Ian will be streaming over the weekend, very likely, and then Monday stream coming up. And then keep an eye out for the Sarah Boone recaps, to the extent we're able to do them. Like I said before, thank you guys for being here. Much appreciated. Ian, thank you for joining. As always, I much appreciate it. Congratulations on selling out of the hot sauce. I can guarantee there's going to be more to come, and it'll be delicious.
I was so worried about that one because Mrs. Runkle was not a fan of the giant stack of hot sauce that we had. Because I had 150 boxes originally. Some of those I gave away. 131 ended up getting sold. So like I gave you some, I gave, some other people some. But each box is 12. And so that's a lot of boxes. And she was like, this can't be stacking up in my house. So that was all like, she was like, this has to go. And I'm like, God, I hope so. Because otherwise, like, I did not make a huge amount of cash on that whole thing. I'm glad, to have sold it. But I also would have eaten a whole bunch of cost on buying hot sauce for myself if I ended up. Could you imagine having to go through 130 hot sauces?
No, I could not. And I would not.
So
I would be giving those away. Well, trying to.
I'd just be like, okay, and for signing on as a client, here's a hot sauce. And then, I get charged for killing some of my clients with hot sauce spice.
I was going to say, really, is that the route you want to take? I don't know that that's the right judgment call, but I'm glad you sold them. I think they're phenomenal. I've had it. It's phenomenal. When you do come out with a batch, you got to let me know. So
I really also want to get you the lime sauce.
Yeah.
Because that's coming. And when it does, it was one of those things that I was experimenting with, and the initial experiments, I was like, oh, this is not working. And then one of them, like just the, I got that, like one of them I just got right. And then I was like, wow, okay, this I need to share with people. So I'm going to work on it again and try to like get it perfected, and then off it goes. So
hard to replicate. Hope keep your notes.
I also need to get like a citrus juicer, like one of the ones that doesn't do the peel but does the yeah.
Oh, good. More tools. I'm always going to advocate for the tool purchase.
That's exactly it. I do need more tools. So yeah,
always, every time. All right, folks, we're going to sign off. Thank you guys for being here. Much appreciated. Like I said, like I said, go get out there, enjoy the weekend, go make something. It'll make you feel better.
Make something. It really is a balm for the soul.
Yeah. I don't care if it's writing something on paper, crafting something in paper, crafting something in wood. Just go out there and enjoy what you're doing. And then until next time, we will catch you guys a little bit later. Let me get the outro queued up. And good night and happy weekend, everybody. Thanks, Ian.
Good night, everyone.